Chapter 112. The main point of the flame flower was not the flame, but the flower. The main point of the flower was not its shape, but its spirit. In fact, when White Lotus had fought Ji Xian at the shore of Qing River, she had also displayed the flame flower formed from white flames. Her inspiration should have come from Zhuo Guanglie's flame flower incineration. Jiang Wang had made a mistake from the start. He had tried to control the fire elemental energy to carve a flower. Thanks to the ingenuity of the elemental control technique, he had succeeded. However, the flame flower that he had spent so much effort to maintain was ultimately just a flame, not a flower. Therefore, it could not bloom. There was no need to deliberately form a flower. It should be born naturally. Jiang Wang secretly formed a Dao seal. A bit of fire elemental energy formed at his fingertip. Under the careful infusion of Dao energy, it gradually expanded. Jiang Wang imagined himself watering and fattening the flower. The first bit of fire elemental energy was the seed of the flower. Elemental energy was its nourishment. A Dao practitioner's spirit was its vitality. It grew, strengthened, and sprouted. Finally, a small flame flower bloomed at his fingertips. Between the petals there were faint, almost natural formation patterns connected. Together, they formed a beautiful scene and also condensed an extremely powerful destructive force. Every flower had its own unique beauty. This flame flower was different from Dong A's flame flower, and it was also different from Zhuo Guanglie's own flame flower. It was Jiang Wang's flame flower. Because he had given it life. This was another form of life. Although it was classified as an upper-grade C Dao technique, it was definitely different from other Dao techniques of the same level. Only a flame flower like this could develop into the flame flower incineration that shocked everyone. Jiang Wang did not feel proud of having cultivated the flame flower. On the contrary, he only felt awe. The flame flower was merely the foundation of the flame flower incineration, but it was already able to attract experts like Dong A to study it. It was said that Zhuo Guanglie was only 19 years old when he created the flame flower incineration. He was the same age as Ling He now. What a resplendent figure in Tianjiao. So what if he dominated his peers in Maplewood City's Dao College? Perhaps it was just as Zhen Wudi had said. Even if he had reached the peak of the Meridian Wandering Realm in the Great Illusionary Realm, so what? A true expert's vision was not limited to the scenery in front of them. After mastering the flame flower, Jiang Wang was confident that he could win at least 3 out of 10 matches against Zhen Wudi. Because he now had the means to threaten Zhen Wudi without having to get close, his options in battle had greatly increased. This was not a simple leap. Originally, in the battle between the two, if Zhen Wudi didn't use all of his secret techniques, he already wouldn't have the upper hand. Sparring with Zhen Wudi, there was less and less room for improvement. Hence, after Jiang Wang re-entered the Great Illusionary Realm, he decisively ignored Fatty Zhen and started a new battle pairing in the Sword Discourse arena. Fang Heling walked into the Ancestral Hall. What was waiting for him was not the 3-hall trial that he had expected, but only his father, Fang Zihu. His hands were clasped behind his back as he faced the memorial tablets of the Fang family's ancestors. "Father," Fang Heling called out softly. Fang Zihu turned around and raised his hand to slap him. "Pa, do you know what you're doing?" Fang Heling's face quickly swelled, but he didn't cry out in pain and didn't dare to dodge. "I know," he said. "Pa, you know?" Fang Zihu questioned. "Pa." Another backhand slap. "You know?" Fang Heling didn't say a word. "You know what the situation in the Yun Nation is like now? You know that the person you ask the caravan to protect is most likely a demon from the White Bone Path, or even Ouyang Lai himself. You know what the White Bone Path is? You know how Xiaolin Town was destroyed? Those people are real demons. They kill the living and desecrate the dead. There's nothing they won't do. You say you know? You know the consequences of getting involved with them? Don't even think about doing business in the Yun Nation. Wei Qiuji alone will skin you alive and implicate the entire Fang family. You say you know? Fang Zihu was so angry that his fingers trembled. He raised his hand to slap Fang Heling again. They drugged me! Fang Heling shouted. His voice lowered. If I don't listen, I'll die. When you went on a mission previously, the whole team was wiped out? Yes. Fang Heling explained what happened that day. This is a conspiracy, Fang Zihu said angrily. You're a fool who was manipulated. But I had no choice. Father. I listened to you. I worked hard to catch up with Jiang Wang. I wanted to prove to you that I could. I worked hard to cultivate. I actively trained. I could take on any mission that Jiang Wang could. But those people were too strong. My fellow apprentices were killed in an instant. How could I not know this was a conspiracy? Fang Heling said, but I don't want to die. Father. No, you can't. Fang Zihu shook his head. I'll find someone to deal with the thing you swallowed. This matter must be reported to the city lord. If it involves the White Bone Path, our Fang family can't handle it. Even if your uncle is willing to help, it's useless. No one in the Fang family can handle it. There was actually an important person in Maplewood City's Fang family. He had joined the army in his early years and was now the general of Maplewood City's city guard. However, he was born in a branch family and did not receive any resources from the family. He was not very close to the Fang family. He was loyal and devoted to Wei Qiuji, who was indebted to him. He might take care of some small matters, but he would not condone such a thing. If there was a choice, Fang Zihu was willing to take it on for his son. But he knew very well that he could not. Even if he put the entire Fang family on the line, it would still be the same. Father, you can't do this. Fang Heling took a step to the right and stood in front of Fang Zihu. Scram! Fang Zihu slapped him across the face. But Fang Heling still stood there. He turned his head and looked at his father. If Wei Qiuji finds out that I'm involved with the White Bone Path, your son will really be ruined. Dong A will not be able to protect me. You're already ruined, Fang Zihu roared. He was a bit tired. Now I have to protect the Fang family. Father. Fang Heling suddenly reached out and pressed Fang Zihu down on the armchairs on both sides of the ancestral hall. I'm not ruined. I'm already in the heavenly cycle realm. The heavenly reaching realm is just around the corner. There was a hint of madness in his tone. Fang Heling, what are you trying to do? Fang Zihu berated him. Father, you can't imagine how much power the White Bone Path can mobilize. Countless forces are helping Ouyang Lai evacuate the Yun Nation. Our caravan is just one of them. He can appear in any of the caravans. It doesn't have to be us. But we need the White Bone Path. Fang Heling pressed on Fang Zihu's shoulder and looked him in the eye. Do you know what they gave me when I helped them? The blood recovery elixir. I only ate one and broke through to the heavenly cycle realm. Do you know what this means? I just entered the intersect this year. If I cultivated step by step, when would I be able to catch up with Wang Zhangxiang and Zhang Linchuan? Our Fang clan will always have to lower our heads and look at others' faces. It's different now. Do you know that? I know they all look down on me. Fang Pingju, Jiang Wang, Zhao Ruqing, and even Zhang Linchuan and Xin Nanqi. They treat me as a joke. I know you look down on me too. But it's different now. Sooner or later, everyone will have to look at me in the eye. You ask me if I know what I'm doing? I know it very well. I'm just trying my best to prove it to you. Fang Zihu didn't have a high cultivation talent. He didn't earn his current status by cultivation. So he didn't have much power to resist his son. He paid attention to Fang Heling's every bit of progress and was very gratified. But he didn't expect the White Bone Path to interfere and use such a rough test of life and death to beat his son back to his original state. He said bitterly, "You're asking a tiger for its skin. Father." Fang Heling knelt in front of Fang Zihu. Father, trust me this time. I've been following your arrangements since I was a child. Now let me make the decision. I'm sober. I know what I'm doing. I don't want to be anyone's shadow anymore. Asking a tiger for its skin. It's not impossible. Maybe one day I'll be able to strip the tiger for you to see. But the prerequisite is that you have the strength to fight a tiger. My silly son. Fang Zihu lamented in his heart. But he didn't say anything else. The ancestral hall's door slowly closed. On this day, Fang Zihu was placed under house arrest in the ancestral hall by his only son. The power of the Fang family changed hands. Chapter 113. Meridian Wandering Realm Ranking, 97. This was Jiang Wang's final result in the Meridian Wandering Realm matchmaking battle in the Great Illusionary Realm. He had barely won the last few battles with serious injuries. Even if he could do it again, he might not be able to do it again. Jiang Wang understood that this was his current limit. There was a small line of words at the end of this information, top 100 to 50. Every day you maintain it, you will be awarded 10 merit points. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Wang. He decided to break through to the heavenly cycle realm today. Of course, he still had potential to unearth in the Meridian Wandering Realm. For example, he could use the Dao platform and his remaining 2,800 merit points to deduce more powerful Dao technique. For example, he could wait for the Four Spirits body tempering technique to reach completion. However, compared to cultivation, these were just side effects. Zhen Wudi was proficient in many Dao technique. This was not because he had boundless energy or was stuck in the Meridian Wandering Realm. It was because he was truly talented. He could learn most Dao techniques on the first try. He did not need to spend too much energy. However, even such a genius was constantly polishing his own minor heavenly cycle, thinking about what kind of minor 3 was the most suitable. The two of them had learned about this while chatting. However, for Jiang Wang, his minor heavenly cycle was a matter of course. Just like the flame flower, the seed sprouted and bloomed naturally. He increasingly felt the greatness of life. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the heavenly cycle palace. The reason he fought so crazily in the great illusionary realm was to test his limits before breaking through. When his minor heavenly cycle reached completion, he chose to go with the flow. He did not insist on being invincible in the Meridian Wandering Realm. The two starry river spirals Jiang Wang had created were the Sun Spiral and the Moon Spiral. Now, the third Dao spiral was naturally the star, returning to the Milky Way. The first Dao spiral was the Sun. The heavenly cycle star formation started from the Sun. The Sun rose and the world was bright. The second Dao spiral was the Moon. The Moon was connected to his everything. Only the Moon could reflect his heart. The third Dao spiral was the star. The Sun and Moon were both in the Milky Way. The Sun, Moon, and Milky Way were celestial bodies. When the last Dao energy was embedded, the heavenly cycle star array diagram lit up once again, and the star jade was completed. At the dome of the Tongtian Palace, the Sun, the Moon, and the stars rotated in a magnificent manner. Thus, the minor heavenly cycle was completed. The Sun, Moon, and stars intertwined, illuminating the entire Tongtian Palace. Jiang Wang could clearly sense that Heavenspan Palace had expanded. It wasn't just a matter of space. Now, he could engrave a Dao technique that he had memorized by heart onto the dome and set it as his first instantaneous Dao technique. Naturally, this Dao technique could only be the flame flower. Zhuangli, 14th year of Yongtai, 24th of November. Jiang Wang created his third Dao vortex. He completed the minor circulatory cycle. He had officially stepped into the heavenly cycle realm. Inscribe an instantaneous Dao technique, flame flower. From opening his meridians to laying his foundation, he spent a total of 4 months. However, he had only used 2 months to advance from the meridian roaming realm to the heavenly cycle realm. This was a response to the choice he had made before the foundation was laid. Today's fruit is yesterday's cause. The courtyard door was pushed open with a creak. Wang Zhangji sighed helplessly. Why did you come back? Is it that easy to cultivate in the county court? As he spoke, he turned his head from the recliner and saw the old man walking into the courtyard. He withdrew all his expression and pursed his lips. The fat orange cat was lying on his stomach, lazily licking its paws. The old man was in good spirits, his steps steady and powerful. He snorted. What, you don't even know how to greet your own father? Father, Wang Zhangji called out indifferently. This attitude made the old man even more unhappy. He snorted again. All you do is play with stray cats and read books. You don't do proper work. Wang Zhangji didn't even try to explain that Little Orange wasn't a stray cat. He just stroked its fat head and didn't say a word. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps before instructing, There's been a shortage of stewards in the accounting house recently. You've read some books. Go and gain some experience. I won't go. Why not? The old man frowned. You, Wang Zhangji, are nobler than others. Can't you get involved in worldly affairs? I'm cold by nature. I can't do anything well, and I don't have the heart to do anything. Father, please go back. Who are you chasing away? What you eat, what you use, what you wear, what doesn't belong to me. I'll move. Wang Zhangji got up from the chair, hugged the orange cat and walked outside. He didn't want to pack anything or take anything with him. Stop. The old man angrily pointed his finger at his forehead. Are you trying to piss me off? Wang Zhangji took a step back, letting the old man's finger leave his forehead. He calmly said, I don't understand. I just read books and play with cats every day. I plant vegetables and cook. Who's in the way? What are you angry about this time? You're my Wang Lianshan's son. You can't just be a useless piece of trash. Useless? Ha, useless! Wang Zhangji scratched the fat cat in his arms. Look at you, useless piece of trash. Actually, the father and son looked very similar. Ignoring the content of their conversation, the scene of them alone in the courtyard was surprisingly harmonious. However, compared to the anger in Wang Lianshan's eyes, Wang Zhangji's eyes were too calm. Wang Lianshan controlled his temper and said somewhat stiffly, Your brother is very talented. He's the seed of cultivation. Since you can't cultivate, you have to take on worldly affairs. I'm getting old. Wang Zhangji interrupted his rare warmth. Don't. You're a cultivator of the heavenly cycle realm. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't die even if I die. Wang Lianshan had always been a man of his word in the clan. The only time he was questioned in his life was when he invested a lot of resources in his eldest son, but in the end, he raised a piece of trash. Fortunately, his youngest son, Wang Zhangxiang, grew up quickly. Now, his prestige was unshakable. At this time, he couldn't control his temper and said angrily, How clear do you want me to be? What good can a piece of trash like you do other than make your brother worry? He comes back to see you every few days. Do you know how fierce the competition in the county court is? I was wondering why you suddenly cared about me. Wang Zhangji smiled. So that's why. Otherwise, who would care about you? I don't care if you want to be a piece of trash, but if you affect Zhangxiang's cultivation, I'll break your legs. You're not allowed to talk about my brother like that. It was Wang Zhangxiang's voice. At this time, he was standing outside the gate, travel-worn. The setting sun was right behind him, about to sink down. His usually gentle face was now filled with anger. Bastard! Wang Lianshan turned around angrily. How can you talk to your father like that? I'm sorry, father. Wang Zhangxiang unconsciously lowered his head and apologized, but he quickly raised it again. But I can pay for my brother's food, clothes, and shelter. Don't interfere in his life. Wang Lianshan was silent for a while. If he wants to be a piece of trash, then let him. But you must remember your duty. The clan is providing you with resources for your cultivation, not for you to slack off. I will work hard to cultivate, Wang Zhangxiang said seriously. Also, don't call him a piece of trash. All of you have grown wings. Wang Lianshan flicked his sleeve and left. I don't care. Do whatever you want. The two brothers watched his back as he stepped out of the courtyard. Why did you stop him? Wang Zhangji said indifferently. I've always been a piece of trash. Wang Zhangxiang immediately turned to look at him. You're not. Seeing his brother's stubborn expression, Wang Zhangji couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'm not. He bent his finger and flicked the orange cat's head. He is. Xiao Ju didn't understand what these boring humans were talking about. He just twisted in Wang Zhangji's arms and meowed softly. This world seemed to finally have some life. Chapter 114. After officially entering the 8th stage Heavenly Cycle Realm, Jiang Wang adjusted his daily meridian cultivation to 2 sessions in the morning and 2 in the evening. He no longer pursued the speed of condensing Tao vortices. On the contrary, he took the initiative to slow down and stabilize his foundation. He built the little 3 talents and completed the minor Heavenly Cycle Realm naturally. However, the accumulation of the major Heavenly Cycle Realm was not enough. Even so, with the addition of the star-twining spirit snake and the 3 starry river vortices, Jiang Wang's heavenly palace could generate 33 Tao energy every day. This meant that he could build a new Tao vortex in about 10 days. Jiang Wang used a large amount of Tao energy to practice Tao techniques and hone his foundation in the Heavenly Cycle Realm. Among the brothers, Jiang Wang and Du Yehu were 8th-stage Heavenly Cycle Realm cultivators. Du Yehu was able to achieve such a cultivation speed in the military because of the 4 spirits body tempering technique and the ancient army's path of channeling qi and blood. In this aspect, he had pulled ahead of Jiang Wang. Zhao Ruqing, on the other hand, quietly completed his foundation and caught up to Ling He's cultivation. 2 9th-stage Meridian Wandering Cultivators and 1 8th-stage Heavenly Cycle Realm Cultivator could form a small team independently to complete some slightly more difficult missions. The Tao Academy's cultivators' thirst for Tao merits was endless. For example, Ling He and Zhao Ruqing each had to be equipped with at least 1 Dharma artifact. The 2 lowest-grade Dharma artifacts required 1,000 Tao merit. For example, some powerful Tao techniques other than conventional Tao techniques that had an immediate effect on combat strength also required a certain amount of Tao merit. For example, Jiang Wang wanted to exchange for a better meridian unlocking pill for Jiang Anan. However, he did not even know the price and could only save up as much as possible. Therefore, he had to actively complete missions, actively challenge them. Not only could he temper himself, but he could also verify what he had learned and help build the country. It had to be said that the first person to establish the Tao merit system was truly a great talent who understood the world. Although Huang Azan was always with them, as the senior brother of the previous batch, he also had a fixed team. Usually, teams that worked together all year round had a maximum of 5 people. Although Jiang Wang's team only had 3 people, they could not be considered weak. Back then, Jiang Wang had been unable to lay down his foundation for a long time. No one had expected him to enter the Heavenly Cycle Realm so quickly. The others didn't know how strong Jiang Wang, who had been fighting crazily in the Grand Illusionary Land and using Kung Fu to pave the way and hone himself, was now. Although it had not been long since he stepped into the Heavenly Cycle Realm, if the 3 Cities Tao Symposium were to be held again, he was confident that he could compete for the championship of the 3rd-year students. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, Jiang Wang was already in the lead. However, the captain was still Ling He. It had been like this since he was in the outer sect. Ling He considered every problem thoroughly and did things steadily. Although he didn't seem to have a strong sense of presence, He was someone who would never make a mistake. Moreover, he was the most popular person in the Tao College. As for the remaining 2 vacancies in the team, Jiang Wang and the others decided to fill them with their junior brothers next year. If there isn't a suitable one, I'd rather leave it empty. In the same team, there were too many tests to face. It was important for them to be on the same wavelength. Sometimes, an unsuitable person could cause the death of the entire team. After the team was formed, the first mission they received was a rank 8 mission. Moreover, it was a mission directly issued to them by the Tao College, so they could not reject it. Of course, the Tao points reward was also increased by 30% as usual. The mission's details were not complicated. A full team of Tao College disciples was annihilated while on a mission to kill 2 heretical Tao demons. Only 1 meridian wandering cultivator survived. According to the intelligence, these 2 heretical Tao demons were only rank 9 cultivators. This Tao College team had 2 rank 8 heavenly cycle cultivators and 3 rank 9 meridian wandering cultivators. Logically speaking, this was a sure-win mission. What Ling He's team needed to do was to investigate the truth behind this mission. And the only survivor of this mission was Fong Heling. Jiang Wang braced himself and went to the Fong clan's territory again. His mood was undoubtedly very complicated. He had drunk to his heart's content here before, and he had also narrowly escaped death here. However, what surprised him was that in the entire Fong clan's territory, the Fong clan members were all in a hurry. Not many paid them any attention. Of course, there was also no enmity as expected. Zhao Ruqing and Jiang Wang glanced at each other, then casually stopped a woman who was passing by. "Hello, Mississippi, may I ask where Fong Heling is?" The girl was extremely impatient at first, but when she saw Zhao Ruqing's handsome face, she relaxed a little. She brushed her hair and said, "You should ask the young clan leader." "Young clan leader?" Zhao Ruqing was somewhat interested. He smiled and said, "We are all disciples of the Tao College. We have some matters to discuss with junior brother Fong. Is it convenient for you to tell us?" Hearing that Zhao Ruqing was a disciple of the Tao College and Fong Heling's senior brother, the girl's resentment had completely dissipated. This woman had already completely dispelled the resentment of being stopped halfway, and her smile became exceptionally bright. "Young clan leader is at home. The roads here are messy. Let me lead you there." As she spoke, she led Zhao Ruqing forward. From beginning to end, she completely ignored Ling He and Jiang Wang, who were beside her. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Zhao Ruqing smiled gently, like the spring breeze warming him. The two of them chatted happily along the way. Ling He and Jiang Wang silently followed behind. By the time they reached Fong Heling's house, the two of them had almost started exchanging their birth characters. After volunteering to explain the purpose of her visit to the gatekeeper, the girl reluctantly left. Zhao Ruqing smiled and said goodbye to her. He turned back and smiled. Interesting. Of course, the girl wasn't the interesting one. In the conversation just now, they had already understood the changes in the Fong family. The old clan leader of the Fong family, who had been bedridden for many years, had just passed away a few days ago. The actual clan leader of the Fong family, Fong Zihu, had naturally become a real person. But now, the real person in charge of the Fong family was the young clan leader, Fong Heling. Because after Fong Zihu became the clan leader, he had handed over all the power of the family to his son. Of course, this would happen sooner or later. It was natural to pave the way for his son. But it gave people the feeling that he was in too much of a hurry. Moreover, Fong Zihu was young and vigorous. He shouldn't have retired so early. Just as they were thinking about this, the gatekeeper reported back. Fong Heling didn't put on airs. He directly followed the gatekeeper out the door. His expression wasn't very good, but he wasn't too rude either. This was actually an improvement. Originally, with his previous character, Jiang Wang thought that he would make a fuss. "What's the matter?" he asked Ling He. "It's like this, Junior Fong. Ling He explained, about the mission you went through before. I've already explained that mission very clearly. The Tao Academy and the Arrest Department have record. Fong Helling interrupted him. You can look through them and not ask me again. You don't have that kind of right. I also don't have that kind of obligation. We have the right. Ling He said very calmly. We accepted the Tao Academy's investigation mission. Any person or organization involved will need to cooperate with us. Not only you, but the Arrest Department is also the same. Investigation mission? Fong Helling seemed to be somewhat shocked. But he quickly suppressed it and didn't reveal any more emotions. He only said, Okay, then I'll say it again. That day we chased after 2 heretical demons to a mountain outside the Du family town. Because we had already reached the Chichong mountain range, and my leg was injured, I asked if we should lie in ambush outside the mountain and wait for the demons to come down. But the leader, Senior Zhang Shiji, insisted. He told me to stay and recuperate while he led the others into the mountain. I waited until the next day, but they still didn't come down. I knew something had happened, so I contacted the local authorities. People from the Arrest Department and the Tao Academy rushed over and found their skeletons in a cave. This is what happened. His right leg was indeed wrapped in several layers of gauze, and there were faint traces of blood. Only the skeletons? Jiang Wang asked. He couldn't help but think of what happened in Tangxi town. Fong Helling glanced at him. There was no longer any hatred in his eyes. Yes. He then turned to Ling He and said, That's all I know. I don't know about the other things. My grandfather died. My father was too grieved and couldn't take charge. Right now I'm the only one supporting the Fong family. I'm very busy. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Okay? Finished speaking, he looked at Ling He, who still hadn't moved, and asked, Is there anything else? I want to go in and burn some incense. What? Fong Helling thought he heard wrong. But Ling He only said very seriously, I want to burn incense for Fong Pengju's grandfather. He loved Pengju very much when he was alive. He really just wanted to pay his respects. It was very pure and very simple. Fong Helling was silent for a while, then stepped aside to let him in. Chapter 115. Pengju said before that in the entire Fong family, only his grandfather treated him sincerely after his parents died. Ling He explained on the way out. Fong Helling's grandfather didn't die abruptly, and he was buried long ago. None of them had the ability to examine his corpse through the memorial tablet. Even though Fong Zihu's abdication of power was suspicious, it wasn't a good time to visit. Thus, after Ling He paid his respects, the 3 of them chose to leave. All right, who doesn't know you, boss? Zhao Ruqing pursed his lips. You're a good person. Ling He treated everyone with sincerity. Zhao Ruqing felt wronged for Jiang Wang on one hand, but he also tried to smooth things over on the other. Jiang Wang just smiled and skipped the topic. He didn't mind it at all. What's the Tao Academy thinking? The Arrest Department didn't find anything, so they sent us to investigate this matter. Aren't they just making trouble? I don't get along with the Fong family. Maybe that's why the Tao Academy sent us to investigate this matter, Zhao Ruqing said. The Tao Academy suspects Fong Helling? Jiang Wang frowned. Isn't he suspicious? Zhao Ruqing asked. In terms of battle strength, he doesn't have any. In terms of intelligence, he doesn't even have any. Why did all 4 of them die? Why is he the only one alive? I think he's quite shrewd now, Ling He said fairly. And he didn't go up the mountain. He said he didn't go up the mountain. Who knows? Zhao Ruqing spread his hands. After leaving the Fong family, Ling He led the group to the Arrest Department. More accurately, it was the office of the Arrest Department in Maplewood City. The missions on the Tao Merit Board came from many sources. The Ministry of War, the Arrest Department, the Tao Academy, and even the Manor Court could issue missions on the Tao Merit Board. The mission that Fong Helling participated in was issued by the arrest department, and its rank was also determined by the arrest department. The reward for an 8th rank mission was between 100 and 500 points. The arrest department only gave 150 points for this mission, which was relatively easy among 8th rank missions. This obviously didn't match the situation. 2 cultivators of the 8th stage and 2 cultivators of the 9th stage had died in battle. The difficulty of such a mission had to be at least at the peak of the 8th stage, which meant that the reward would be 500 Dao merit points. In fact, the investigation mission that Ling He and the others had accepted this time was worth 300 Dao merit points. Moreover, they were only in charge of the investigation and did not need to deal with the aftermath. Although there was the factor of a 30% increase in the reward, it was still a reasonable grade judgment. As the official organization that dealt with transcendent cases, the arrest department was probably used to being arrogant. 3 Dao Academy cultivators had come with a mission for the Dao merit roll to verify the information, but no one in the arrest department paid them any attention. Even though Zhao Ruqing was incomparably handsome, the female cultivators of the arrest department were all arrogant and didn't even spare them a glance. Ling He asked each and every one of them patiently. After enduring countless looks of disdain, he finally found the right person. The person in charge of assessing the grade of the mission was a meridian wandering cultivator with arched eyebrows. At this moment, he was sitting behind the counter. Separated by a vertical bar, he lowered his head and wrote something with a brush. His expression was very impatient. "What do you want?" Repeatedly running into a wall in the arrest department did not affect Ling He's attitude. He still only smiled politely. "We are disciples of the Dao Academy. We came for mission CWU. 4 of our senior brothers died in that mission. This damn mission again!" Arched eyebrows suddenly threw the brush in his hand away. "Is there an end to this?" Perhaps it was because he had been suppressing himself for a period of time and felt that these 3 young faces were easy to bully, but he suddenly lost his temper. "This damn one is interrogating me, that damn one is interrogating me. I've already lost a year's worth of salary. What else do you want?" Spittle flew everywhere as he slammed the table and roared. Ling He dodged slightly and was about to say something else. A hand had already broken through the vertical bars on the counter and grabbed Arched Eyebrows by the collar. Then, he pulled his entire body out and directly used his face to break through the bars. His entire body was dragged out of the counter. "What else do you want?" Jiang Wang had been dissatisfied for a long time, and he had come here with a belly full of anger. At this time, he did not care about tolerance. He frowned and said, "Because of your negligence, 4 disciples of the Dao Academy died. Dead. Everything is gone. Is it that bad for you to lose a year's worth of salary?" Arched Eyebrows was completely stunned. Before he could vent his anger, the brat from the Dao Academy had already attacked. He gathered his Dao energy at the first moment, but it was directly and forcefully destroyed. It was not that he did not want to resist, but that he really did not have any room to resist. The difference in strength was too great. Hey! What are you doing?" The other cultivators in the arrest department heard the commotion and hurried over. The arrest department is an important place. How dare you act so presumptuously? When they were questioned earlier, the entire arrest department was like a haunted house. Everywhere was silent, and everyone was expressionless. Now that something had happened, everyone came out in an instant. Ling He's figure flashed, and he was already in front of these people. "We accepted the mission of the Dao Merit List, and were ordered to investigate the whole story of Mission CW. Everyone involved must cooperate during this period." He had a good temper because he was magnanimous, but it did not mean that he was timid. Back then, when he accompanied Jiang Wang to Wangjiang City, he was prepared to spill blood. At this moment, he stood in front of everyone with a stern expression and did not release his Dao energy. Everyone from the arrest department was stunned. However, the Tao merit list was an important weapon of the country. When cultivators carried out missions for the Tao merit list, all parties had to cooperate. This was also a rule. Therefore, if today's incident was caused by Arched Eyebrow's lack of cooperation, these cultivators from the Tao Academy had a legal basis for their outburst. But you can't do it blindly. That's right. How are you going to compensate for destroying public property? No matter what, they had to protect the reputation of the arrest department. How? Zhao Ruqing smiled and walked forward. How much do you have to pay for these few wooden bars? This is something from the arrest department. What do you think it is? That person sneered. No matter what, you have to pay at least 100 gold, right? His original intention was to let these people retreat in the face of difficulties and know their limit. One had to know that Tao essence stones were hard currency for cultivators. However, basic necessities of life were still inseparable from gold and silver. 100 gold was not so easy to obtain. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruqing immediately burst into laughter. All right. He turned to Jiang Wang and said, "Third brother, don't worry about making a move. Let's throw in 10,000 gold. Just treat it as renovating the arrest department." While everyone from the arrest department looked at each other, a middle-aged cultivator with a gloomy expression appeared. "So it's young Master Zhao," he said with a fake smile. "Have you come to the arrest department to show off your wealth?" This person was the person in charge of the arrest department in Maplewood City, a 6th-stage soaring dragon cultivator, Shan Cha. "Sir Deacon, I dare not say that." To prevent Zhao Ruqing from getting angry and aggravating the conflict, Ling He rushed to reply first. "We are all disciples of the Tao Academy. We have accepted the Tao merit list and came to the arrest department according to normal procedures. However, the person involved refused to cooperate and even suddenly flew into a rage. In order to prevent a big commotion, my junior brother had to subdue him first." He turned and said, "If third brother released him, how would he look in front of Sir Shan?" Jiang Wang smiled and really did loosen his grip, placing Arched Eyebrows firmly on the ground. He even patted Arched Eyebrow's shoulders. "Are you all right?" Arched Eyebrows was still in shock. He only said, I'm fine." No one could pretend not to have heard his previous outburst. Thus, the people from the arrest department really couldn't find fault with Ling He's words. "All right, since this is normal procedure, everyone can disperse." Shan Cha dispersed everyone, then looked at Arched Eyebrows and said, "These elites of the Tao Academy have accepted the Tao merit list mission. If they have any questions, answer them properly, understand?" Understood," Arched Eyebrows said. Only then did Shan Cha nod and leave with his hands behind his back. From beginning to end, he didn't mention the matter of Zhao Ruqing paying compensation at all. "Oh no, he's bearing a grudge now," Zhao Ruqing said with a grin. Although he said that, there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Jiang Wang also had an indifferent expression. They were all outstanding disciples of the Tao Academy and had great prospects in the future. If they were to enter the arrest department in the future, as long as their cultivation kept up, their status would only be higher than Shan Cha's. If they didn't enter the arrest department, then there was even less to worry about. As for now, if Shan Cha wanted to play any tricks, did he really think that Dong A wouldn't protect him? "We're not afraid, but we're afraid that we won't be able to take care of our family matters." It wasn't good to be too direct in front of Arched Eyebrows. Ling He only calmly pointed at Zhao Ruqing, then said, "Third brother, hurry up and ask." From beginning to end, he didn't complain at all about Jiang Wang's recklessness or Zhao Ruqing's arrogance. Even if they accidentally offended someone with real power like Shan Cha. Because the three of them were together, no matter what anyone did or what attitude they expressed, they would bear the consequences together. Chapter 116. After Jiang Wang and the other two left the arrest department, Dan Cha walked out again with his hands behind his back. "Boss," his trusted subordinate whispered beside him, "are we just going to let these kids from the Dow College be so arrogant? Isn't it because you're incompetent? You're taking your time investigating cases, and there's no result. Otherwise, how would they have the leeway to interfere? Usually, only cases that the arrest department couldn't handle would appear on the Dow merit roll. This was to avoid confusion of authority. These Dow College disciples have been spoiled since childhood. What do they know about investigating cases?" The subordinate said disdainfully. "Let them work for nothing." Dan Cha didn't express his opinion. He only called the cultivator with arched eyebrows over and scolded him again. Then, he carefully asked about the details of Jiang Wang's questioning of him before waving his hand and letting him leave. "It's always been our arrest department that's arrogant. Since when have we been stepped on by others? Maplewood City's Dow College has become worse ever since Dong A, that stinking rock, came." Dan Cha said coldly, "Bureau Chief G is going to patrol the county recently. When he comes to Maplewood City, who do we have to be afraid of? After all, his status wasn't high enough. He didn't know that Ji Xian had already been here and had been humiliated by Song Hengjiang." "That's right," the subordinate agreed. Dan Cha snorted coldly again. "The Zhao family moved to our city not long ago. They're so rich, and their background isn't necessarily clean. They've been well behaved these past few years, and have been filial. It's fine if we turn a blind eye. Now that the Zhao kid is so arrogant, we'll investigate his family background. We can't investigate just by looking." Although the arrest department was only responsible for transcendent cases, who had the final say about transcendent cases? Because of the overlapping jurisdiction, the arrest department would cooperate with the city lord where he was strong. Where the city lord was weak, the arrest department would act independently. In Qinghe County, because of Bureau Chief Ji Xian's strength, the arrest department had some autonomy in all the major cities in the county. Everyone was well-fed and strong. "Yes, sir." The subordinate couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. He began to calculate how much he could benefit from this. Arched eyebrows' evaluation of the mission was in accordance with the procedures. There was no selfishness, and there was no conspiracy. At least, that was the result of Jiang Wang's investigation. At that time, the reason for that mission was that a family of townspeople of Du Town had been killed. Judging from the traces left behind at the scene, the culprit's cultivation was no higher than a 9th-grade Meridian wandering cultivator. Arched Eyebrows rated this mission as rank 8 because he considered the uncertainty of heterodox whereabouts, as well as the various events that had happened in Maplewood City some time ago, which had increased the risk. On the other hand, Maplewood City's Dow College had 2 8th-rank Heavenly Cycle Realm cultivators and 3 9th-rank Liberating Pulse Realm cultivators. With such a lineup, they were almost guaranteed to complete a mission of this level. But in the end, it resulted in the most severe loss of Maplewood City's Dow Academy disciples since the battle at Little Forest Town. A total of 4 Academy disciples had been sacrificed. One had to know that in the past, Maplewood City's Dow Academy only took in about 10 disciples every year. Every Dow Academy disciple was the foundation of a nation. This was also the reason why Maplewood City's Dow Academy placed so much importance on this matter, and sent out Jiang Wang and the others to investigate after the Criminal Division's investigation yielded no results. After leaving the Criminal Division, Jiang Wang's third stop was the Zhang clan's territory. This was the result of their discussion. Their train of thought was very clear. From Fang Heling to the Criminal Division, the next one was Zhang Shiji. He was also the captain in charge of that mission. Although he was already dead, his information was still alive. Among his family and friends, there was still a Zhang Shiji living in his memory. The Criminal Division was located to the north of the City Lord's mansion. It wasn't too far from the city lord's mansion and was close to Greenwood Avenue. In terms of geographical location, it was relatively convenient to leave the Fong clan's territory and go to the Zhang clan's territory first before going to the criminal division. However, Jiang Wang's group still chose to take a detour. This was because the actual order was more important than the geographical order. The Zhang clan was now the head of the three major clans, but when they walked into their territory, they didn't sense any arrogance. On the contrary, the Zhang clan members they met along the way were very polite. After learning that they were Dao College disciples, someone took the initiative to lead the way. Jiang Wang's group split into three groups. They went to Zhang Shiji's home, Zhang Shiji's best friend's home, and the clan leader's home. Jiang Wang went to the clan leader's home. He would definitely get the most clues if he went to Zhang Shiji's home, and Zhao Ruqing was the person who wouldn't lose these clues. In terms of seniority, the Zhang clan's clan leader should be Zhang Linchuan's grandfather, but he wasn't from the same lineage as Zhang Linchuan. Of course, with Zhang Linchuan's current strength, he naturally belonged to the main lineage. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his ambition wasn't here, the position of the next clan leader would have been his. As a rising star of the Maplewood City Dao College, the Zhang clan's clan leader specially took the time to help him sort out the relevant information about Zhang Shiji to support his mission. The two of them chatted for a while but didn't gain much. Jiang Wang was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice from outside. "Young Master Linchuan is back." Zhang Linchuan walked into the courtyard and bowed to the Zhang clan's clan leader. "Linchuan is here to greet Grandpa." His etiquette was thorough. The Zhang clan's clan leader sat upright and raised his hand with a kind smile. "Your cultivation has been hard. It's not easy for you to come back. You don't have to come to see me every time. It's my duty." Zhang Linchuan smiled and greeted Jiang Wang. "Junior brother Jiang, are you here as a guest?" Jiang Wang wasn't arrogant. He had already stood to the side and said with a wry smile, "Didn't I get assigned a mission? I don't know if it's Vice Academy Head Song's or Academy Head Dong's idea." He couldn't ask Dong A about this, and Dong A wouldn't pay attention to him. Dong A was the dean of the Dao College, not someone's nanny. Zhang Linchuan was interested. "What's the difference?" The difference was huge. If it was Dong A, then it meant that she valued him. If it was Song Qifang, then she might be looking for trouble. "It's nothing." Jiang Wang couldn't say much about the conflict with Song Qifang. He said, "I came empty-handed today, so it's inconvenient for me to disturb you. After this mission, I'll find senior brother Zhang for a drink next time." "Okay." Zhang Linchuan smiled and said goodbye to the old clan leader. "Grandpa, I'll go home first." The old man said with a smile, Go. Your mother will blame me if she waits for too long." When adults didn't say when the next time would be, it was usually the same as never. Zhang Linchuan came out of the clan leader's courtyard and walked back to his home. Along the way, he met clansmen who greeted him and nodded in response. However, the handkerchief covering his mouth never moved away. The clansmen didn't mind. They all knew that he was a clean freak. Zhang Linchuan's home wasn't too big, but it had 4 courtyards, so it was definitely not shabby. His father was a steward in the clan. He didn't have many things to do, but he had a lot of money. With Zhang Linchuan's current strength and future prospects, no one in the clan would mistreat his family. Before he walked into the courtyard, a servant came out to greet him. "Young master, you're back. Will you eat now? Master and madam are waiting for you." As early as when he stepped into the clanland, his home should have been prepared. Zhang Linchuan nodded and walked to the warm room where he ate. As expected, his parents were sitting at the head of the table, waiting for him. Zhang Linchuan's father was old-fashioned. He was happy to see his son, but he didn't show it on his face. He just said lightly, "Sit down." But his mother smiled at him and moved a plate of base to his seat. Linchuan, have a taste. Zhang Linchuan walked to his seat and glanced at the stool. He couldn't help but wipe the oil stains on it with a handkerchief. It should have been accidentally dripped when the food was served. Then he rolled the handkerchief up and put it aside. Soon he heard his father's angry voice. "What's wrong with you? I said that when Linchuan came back for dinner today, you should ask the servants to clean up well. Even a stool can't be clean." His mother's voice was still aggrieved. "I cleaned up inside and out several times. It's okay, it's okay." Zhang Linchuan smiled to smooth things over. "Let's eat." The family of 3 sat together to eat. The whole round table was divided into 3 equal parts, and each of them occupied a corner. They treated each other with respect. Chapter 117. Jiang Wang and the other 2 gathered together and summarized the information they got. "Okay." Zhao Ruqing knocked on his head. "The information we got is the same. It's enough to be credible. Then Zhang Shiji is like this," he added, "no matter what he is secretly like. Since he is like this usually, he won't suddenly change in front of other brothers when he goes out on a mission." Rigorous. Jiang Wang gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Ruqing rolled his eyes and continued to analyze. Zhang Shiji's character has a very prominent point. His family and friends have mentioned it, and that is steady. In other words, cowardly. Everyone knows the danger of Qichang mountain range. There is only one reason why someone like him would chase up the mountain, and that is the target is within reach. He judged that it wouldn't take too much time to successfully get down the mountain. The level of danger is within control. He smiled and asked, "What does this mean?" Ling He also smiled. "It means that they didn't have time to discuss. Since the target was within reach, their first choice was to chase up, not to stop and discuss." Fong Helling's so-called persuasion was an ambush at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Shiji assigned the task and then insisted on going up the mountain. This kind of thing doesn't exist. Alas, Tiger Du is not here. I can't even see a look of curiosity. Zhao Ruqing deliberately made a depressed look. "I'm so disappointed. When Tiger Du comes back on New Year's Eve, you can tell him face to face." Jiang Wang patted him on the shoulder. "Even if you forget, I will help you tell him." "Alas. Tell him what? What did I say? Why don't I remember?" Zhao Ruqing looked at Ling He. "Brother, did I say anything just now?" Ling He ignored their antics and just thought, why would Fong Helling lie? Zhao Ruqing chuckled. Either he ran away or betrayed the enemy. The reason why it couldn't have been premeditated, and it was unlikely that Fong Helling had colluded with the heterodox, was because this kind of framing was too stupid. No matter how stupid Fong Helling was, he wouldn't be so stupid. Ling He didn't say anything, but suddenly sighed. He knew that the Fong family was finished. The nature of this matter was too serious. Once it was exposed, Fong Helling's future would be hopeless. The entire Fong family could be implicated. There's no need for us to go to the scene of the incident. We can't possibly be more professional than the people from the arrest department. Now, the only person he had to follow was Fong Helling. Whether he escaped or betrayed the enemy, as soon as we find out the truth, we can explain everything. "Who's going?" Zhao Ruqing asked. "I'll do it. After all, Fong Helling might be involved in the heterodox Dao." Jiang Wang was the strongest among them, so he was willing to take up the responsibility. Ling He and Zhao Ruqing had no objections and immediately dispersed. If Fong Helling had already defected to the heterodox path, he might have sent someone to spy on them. Therefore, they all acted very normal. Ling He went back to cultivate. While Jiang Wang went back to cultivate, he taught Jiang Anan and Tang Dun martial art. Zhao Ruqing went home to sleep. As the saying goes, if others practice, I won't practice. When the sun is high in the sky, it's best to sleep. Zhao Ruqing was used to being lazy. After a busy day of patience, the excitement of deciphering had worn off, and he felt bored. When he returned to his room, He lifted the blanket and prepared to sleep. Uncle Deng, who was wearing a silk gown, slowly walked in. Zhao Ruqing looked at him, waiting for him to speak. "The arrest department is investigating us," Uncle Deng said. Zhao Ruqing was silent for a while, then said, "Anyway, we won't be here for long, right?" Uncle Deng twitched the corner of his mouth. "I can't hide anything from you. You bled that night. What other reason could there be other than that pack of hunting dogs catching up with us?" "They didn't catch up," Uncle Deng said. "I know you like this place. I deliberately took a long detour to lure them to another place. How long can we stay at most?" Uncle Deng thought for a while, then said, "New Year's Eve. It's also good to be able to spend New Year's with them." Zhao Ruqing simply lay down and covered his head with the blanket. His voice came from under the blanket, sounding a little muffled. "Let the arrest department investigate. If it's too much, you can deal with it as you see fit." Uncle Deng smiled. "Okay." In the dead of night, after Jiang Wang finished his evening training, he quietly left the room and went straight to the Fang clan's land. After the door closed, after a while, Jiang Anan rolled out of bed and wrapped her brother's thick coat around her body. She took out a chubby little cloud crane, lay on the stool, and began to write a letter to that beautiful big sister. Her brother often peeked at her letters, but thought she didn't know. She just didn't want to make a fuss about it, but in order to keep her little secret, she would now choose the time when her brother wasn't around to write and read letters. Under the cover of the night, Jiang Wang smoothly sneaked into the Fang clan's land. He was already very familiar with this place, so he carefully avoided the patrolling guards of the Fang clan. He had already done this with Xiongwen before. Compared to that night, the Fang clan's land was now more heavily guarded, but the spirits of those guards didn't give Jiang Wang the feeling they had before. Soon, he arrived near Fang He's house and began to look for the best hiding place. During the day, Zhao Ruqing had already scouted out the spots. When Jiang Wang approached the target location, he found that there was already someone crouching there. From this angle, he could only see the side of his head. There was no need to guess. It had to be someone from the arrest department. This was a possibility that Zhao Ruqing had raised long ago. If Jiang Wang and the others could find out that there was something wrong with Fang He's house, the people from the arrest department weren't blind. The fact that the investigation results hadn't come out before was probably more to numb the target's behavior. Jiang Wang didn't act rashly. He held his breath and moved to another location, a tree near the corner of the back room. The branches and leaves of the trees in winter were sparse, making it difficult to hide one's tracks. But fortunately, the darkness of the night was the best cover. Jiang Wang curled up into a ball in the branches, trying to reduce the possibility of being exposed as much as possible. He only used his eyes to observe the inside of the Fang clan's house. He held his breath and focused, waiting for changes. The wind blew in the long night, and the moon hid behind the heavy clouds. The light in Fang He's room had already been extinguished, but at this time, he had already left the room and jumped up onto the roof. After roughly checking the direction, he silently landed and went far away. Just from this series of silent movements, one could see the change in his strength. Perhaps, he had already perfected the small heavenly cycle and stepped into the heavenly cycle realm. Jiang Wang wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he waited patiently for a few breaths of time. Then, as expected, a black shadow came out. But the place where this person came out wasn't the hiding spot of the arrest department's hidden sentry that Jiang Wang had previously judged. Tonight, there were actually 3 groups of people monitoring Fang He's house. What was even stranger was that this person didn't follow Fang He's house. Instead, he turned around and went to another location in the Fang clan. Jiang Wang remembered that it was in the direction of the Fang clan's ancestral hall. Jiang Wang didn't move. Another few breaths of time passed. Only then did the arrest department's hidden sentry come out of his hiding place and follow Fang He's house. Jiang Wang still didn't move. Instead, He waited until this pursuer was about to disappear before he came down from the tree. He followed him without making a sound. Only now was he certain that there wasn't a fourth group of people tonight. Chapter 118. The first black shadow passed through the Fong clan's land and soon arrived at the ancestral hall. He turned around and entered the ancestral hall. Fong Zihu was now under house arrest in the ancestral hall. Fong Helling didn't mistreat him. He just seized his power and didn't allow him to go out. The black shadow strode into the ancestral hall. Fong Zihu hadn't gone to sleep yet and was kneeling in front of the ancestral tablets of the Fong clan. The black shadow said. Helling went out. I feel that something is wrong. Should we let him go? Fong Zihu didn't look back. He has grown up and inevitably wants to prove himself. But, no buts. Indeed, because of my selfishness, I lost the most outstanding young man of the Fong clan. Now the trade routes in the Yun nation are unreliable. Compared to the other two clans, the Fong clan has no future. If Helling wants to take risks, let him take the risk. It's good if he wins. If he loses, I, as his father, will back him up. Even if I bet the entire Fong clan, as long as he can truly grow up. I'm willing. The black shadow didn't speak anymore. He was only loyal to Fong Zihu. Facing Fong Helling's seizure of power, Fong Zihu had never been powerless. He just indulged his son's choice again. Jiang Wang carefully kept a distance. The four spirits body refining technique was enough for him to precisely control his body. He didn't need the power of Daoist techniques to keep up with his target. He didn't need to keep up with Fong Helling. He only needed to keep up with the black shadow that was following Fong Helling. Easily avoiding the city guards on night patrol, the three black shadows sped through the city. One by one, they left Maplewood City from the south gate. The city guards were stationed in the southern suburbs. What does Fong Helling want to do? Jiang Wang was a bit hesitant, wondering if he should send a message to Wei Yin and Zhao Lang. But thinking that there was a hidden guard from the arrest department ahead, he decided not to. The arrest department must have a way to contact the government immediately. If there was something, it wouldn't be delayed. He soon discovered that their route had deviated. They circled around the city guard's encampment and continued to head south. Southeast of Maplewood City was Fengxi Town. Further ahead was Sanshan City. In the south, further south of the city guard army encampment, there was only the Oxhead Mountain. He had never heard of anything special about it. According to Jiang Wang's understanding, if there was really a cult or a heterodox nest, it would not be hidden under the eyes of the city guards. The battle prowess of the Maplewood City Guards was extremely strong. In addition, Wei Yin had already made a breakthrough. Now, one commander and two deputy commanders were soaring Dragon Realm martial artists. With 5 more deputy generals in the Reaching Heaven state, they would be able to put up a fight against any force. Once the army formation technique was used, it would be enough to destroy a city. However, Fong Helling actually went up Oxhead Mountain. Oxhead Mountain had 2 protrusions that looked like ox horns, hence its name. The mountain peak was not high and the scenery was ordinary. There were no bandits or ferocious beasts running amok. Even if there were, they would have been wiped clean by the Maplewood City Guards. However, such an ordinary mountain suddenly gave Jiang Wang the feeling that it was a giant beast that wanted to devour him. He didn't know where this oppressive feeling came from. Looking back at the city guard encampment from here, the campfire had already turned into stars. Jiang Wang suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and followed the distant shadow up the mountain. No matter what, he had to at least know who Fong Helling went to see. Only then would he be able to close the case. And with his current cultivation of the 8th stage Heavenly Cycle Realm, his East Rising Purple Chi sword had reached perfection, his Dao Technique Flame Flower had reached perfection, and he had the warning of the arrest department cultivator in front of him. Escaping should not be a problem. Occasionally, a few strange bird cries could be heard, making the mountain forest even quieter. The feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. Jiang Wang tightened his grip on his sword, but he did not draw it directly. The light from the blade could very well expose him. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over. Jiang Wang felt himself being wrapped up in a kind of warmth and softness. A hand covered his lip. Jiang Wang's body suddenly relaxed. It was not that he did not have time to react, but that he had already realized who had come. White Lotus? Jiang Wang asked in a low voice as the hand slowly slid down. That hand slid down Jiang Wang's lips and grabbed his chin, turning his face around. Jiang Wang then saw White Lotus, whose face was covered by that black muslin magic tulle. Why are you here? White Lotus's eyes were somewhat fierce, but her voice was very low. Presumably, there was someone on this Oxhead Mountain that she was afraid of. Jiang Wang pointed into the distance, indicating that he had followed someone here. White Lotus let go of his chin and grabbed his hand. Follow me. Her sleeves fluttered as she shuttled through the mountain forest like a bird in the night. Soon, she disappeared without a trace. Almost at the same time, Fong Helling suddenly turned around. The person who had been following Fong Helling here was indeed a hidden sentry from the arrest department. He was Dan Cha's trusted subordinate and had been assigned this task because he was shrewd and capable. Along the way, he had been very careful and had always maintained a distance. But when he saw Fong Helling turn around, he knew that something was wrong. Without another word, he took out a yellow incense stick and rubbed it between his fingers, about to light it. Once the yellow incense was lit, the arrest department would immediately receive the news. When the yellow incense was completely burned, it meant that the person who had lit the incense was in a desperate situation. But this yellow incense stick didn't move at all. He couldn't light it up no matter what. He still wanted to make a hand seal to light the fire, but a slender and fair hand had already reached out and gently pulled the yellow incense stick away. Then, he felt his entire body become light as a feather, flying up. He flew higher and higher. Only now did he realize that the person who was standing there in a daze, still making a hand seal gesture, wasn't it him? Then what was he now? His soul? He was greatly alarmed. He struggled, but it was already meaningless. Then, an intense pain surged, drowning his entire body and breaking him into pieces. The man wearing the white bone mask gently let go, allowing the shattered soul to scatter. It's someone from the arrest department. Having already received the information, he laughed softly. Dan Cha's courage is truly commendable. Fong Helling stood in the forest, watching the scene of the bone envoy extracting his soul from a distance. He could not suppress the coldness that seeped out from the depths of his heart, but his expression was calm. From the moment he chose to put his birth father under house arrest, he understood what kind of choice he had made. This was his own choice. He could only rely on himself. He had to grow up, and there would be no possibility of turning back. I have already been targeted by the arrest department. What do we do next? He asked. This person's death is equivalent to admitting that there is a problem with me. What problem do you have? The bone envoy's voice was very surprised. Isn't it normal for a hidden sentry to die in the middle of a mission? Who can be sure that his death is related to you? Darren. Fong Helling was slightly sullen and also helpless. I am sincerely working for you. I have done all that needs to be done. There is no turning back. Please don't tease me. No, no, no. I am not teasing you. I am also sincerely speaking to you. If the arrest department investigates the Fong family, can they find anything? They cannot. I have already taken care of everything that needs to be taken care of. And I myself, I truly do not know the meaning of the things you have arranged for me to do. The arrest department will not be able to find anything. Then let them investigate. Fong Helling sighed. But sometimes they do not need evidence. That is true for normal people. The bone envoy laughed. But do not forget, You are a student of the Tao Academy. I am indeed suspicious. The Tao Academy might not necessarily protect me, right? Pitiful brat, you have no idea what you have. The Bone Envoy laughed and turned to walk into the mountains. Today's matter is cancelled. Go back. Chapter 119. Knock, 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 knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? White Lotus opened the door, and the first thing she saw was a pair of white eyes. She blinked her eyes and struggled out of the whiteness. What can I do for you, Second Elder? Can't I come to greet the Holy Maiden? The Second Elder smiled. The smile on his aged face should have been benevolent, but because only the whites of his eyes remained, it looked extremely evil. The Holy Maiden's cultivation has improved quite a bit. It is truly a blessing for my white bone path. Not at all. Elder, you are the white jade pillar that supports the sky and the purple gold beam that supports the sea. Ah, aren't you going to let me in? This. White Lotus looked embarrassed. I'm a girl after all. Isn't it inconvenient? I've watched the Holy Maiden grow up. You're like my daughter. What's inconvenient about it? The Second Elder said and squeezed into the room. He looked around and pretended to ask casually, Why is the Holy Maiden wearing a veil in her room in the church? White Lotus blinked. I'm a natural beauty. I have to hide my strength and bide my time. Ha 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 ha. The Second Elder laughed and suddenly stopped. Ouyang is back. I can smell his scent. This is a good thing. It's not in vain that we sacrificed so many spies to cover for him. Why hasn't the Great Elder shown up yet? Who can guess what he's thinking? If you can't guess it, I don't know either. You don't know or you don't want to know. I don't need to know. White Lotus smiled. The elders still have to make the decision for the sex-important matters. I'll wait for the news. The Second Elder looked at her deeply, then got up and walked out. Before stepping out of the door, he suddenly stopped. Why is the Holy Maiden so easy to talk to today? White Lotus chuckled. Look at what you're saying. When was she easy to talk to? Even if she occasionally has a temper, isn't it for the sex-important matters? The Second Elder finally left, and the pressure that shrouded the room seemed to be separated by the door. Perhaps this is the final test. White Lotus whispered. She sat quietly for a while, making sure that no one would disturb her. Only then did he put down a formation disc, pulled open the wardrobe, took out Jiang Wang, whose eyes were tightly shut, and threw him onto the bed. At this time, Jiang Wang's 5 senses were sealed. Only in this way could he avoid the pair of white eyes. White Lotus made a hand seal to undo the seal on her 5 senses. Jiang Wang suddenly stood up and looked at White Lotus. He pressed his hand on his sword and said nothing. Although his 5 senses were sealed, and he couldn't hear the conversation between White Lotus and the Second Elder, he cleared his 5 senses and calmed his heart, thinking about what happened today. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. White Lotus walked to the table and sat down. You saved me again. Jiang Wang's voice sounded a little strained. White Lotus smiled. It's not worth mentioning. This is the lair of the White Bone Path. Are you a member of the White Bone Path? Jiang Wang asked. We're all members of the Taoist sect, White Lotus said. Knowing that it was meaningless to argue with her about whether the White Bone Path belonged to the Orthodox Taoist sect, Jiang Wang repeated, I'm only asking you, are you a member of the White Bone Path? It's not me. White Lotus pointed at Jiang Wang. It's us. What do you mean? I didn't want to tell you so soon, because your transformation hasn't been completed yet. White Lotus sighed and asked, but since you've appeared here today, you won't give up until you get an answer, right? Jiang Wang didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, so Fong Helling coming to Oxhead Mountain today was a trap? Against whom? The White Bone Envoy's chess piece isn't against anyone. It's just that no matter who followed Fong Helling tonight, they'll die here. In any case, we're about to give up on this place. You and that hidden sentry from the narcotics department just happened to be here at the right time. The White Bone Path would leave Oxhead Mountain very soon. Jiang Wang keenly grasped this information, but he put it aside. Instead, he asked, "What do you mean by transformation? What do you mean by you and us? The white bone lotus on your back, the flesh-soul return that you suddenly grasped, aren't these enough for you to connect the dots? You've always understood me very well. Perhaps these are all part of your plan. The white bone lotus might have been tattooed on by you when I was unconscious, and the flesh-soul return might have been imparted to me through some method. I can't be related to the White Bone Path. I don't have the ability to modify memories." White Lotus suddenly laughed. "However, I've always been paying attention to you. When you were still a beggar," Jiang Wang was shocked. In order to escape Fang Pengzhu's pursuit, he had turned into a beggar and lived an ignoble existence in the Anatta Temple. That was before he had even opened his meridians. White Lotus had been observing him since then. White Lotus quickly explained, "When you beggars settled down in the Anatta Temple, it was under our guidance that you made your choice." Her voice was faint. "The Anatta Temple is a very meaningful place. It's also the place chosen by Her Eminence. When Zhuo Guanglia died in battle, I was curious. So many beggars died, but why didn't you die? Was it just a coincidence? Why did your cultivation progress so quickly after you returned to the Tao Academy? You must have noticed it too, right? After opening your meridians, your cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary people. Most importantly, you could devour the white bone Tao seed, perfectly adapt to the White Bone Path's secret techniques, and know the flesh-soul return. You're not ordinary, you're the White Bone Taoist," White Lotus concluded. "I only understood later that your appearance in the Anatta Temple was Her Eminence's arrangement." "No, that's not right." Jiang Wang shook his head. He believed that his cultivation came from the great illusionary land, and had nothing to do with the White Bone Taoist. However, the great illusionary land was his greatest secret, and he could not use it to defend himself. "I'm just afraid that you're crying in your heart even though you say you're wrong." "What Taoist?" Jiang Wang took a step back. "I've said it before, I can't forgive the White Bone Path for what they did. I can't wallow in the mire with you. We're not the same kind of people. That's because you haven't seen the truth of this world. You haven't completely wiped away your hypocrisy, and you haven't found your true self. I know very well who I am. I don't need you to remind me." Jiang Wang tried his best to control his emotions so that he could calm down and think. "What's the white bone Tao seed you're talking about?" he asked. "It's a very precious item. I only have one. It can absorb the nutrients of the host to grow, and in the end, perfectly control the host. I didn't expect you to devour it. So you see, the Tao seed can't work on Taoists." Jiang Wang looked at her coldly. "Have you tried parasitizing me?" White Lotus had a rare apologetic look in her eyes. "At that time we weren't familiar with each other. I'm not familiar with you now. You make me feel like a stranger." Jiang Wang said coldly, "Say no more. I don't believe that I'm some white bone Taoist. Even if I am, I won't associate myself with you bunch of bastards." Although the word "even" expressed his determination, it also showed that he was wavering. White Lotus was not in a hurry to make a fuss about this point. Instead, she asked, "In the end, you're rearing dire beasts and disregarding the lives of the people. Or extracting the water clan's Tao meridians to refine the meridian opening pill to calculate the beast's heart. Don't try to shake my Tao heart with your words." Jiang Wang's voice was resolute, as if he couldn't resist the pressure he was under otherwise. He tried to calm his breathing to confirm his determination. "White Lotus, since our paths are different, let's part ways. I said that my life was saved by you. You can take it back now." White Lotus's eyes were very beautiful. They seemed angry and resentful. She gazed at Jiang Wang with those eyes. "How can I bear to kill you?" She softened her voice and said softly, however, as long as you cooperate, I can erase your memories of tonight. It'll be as if nothing happened. When you completely awaken, you'll remember what happened tonight. Are you deceiving yourself? No, it's just that the time isn't right yet. White Lotus got up and leaned in. Before Jiang Wang could react, she pushed him down on the bed. Look into my eyes, she said. I don't have the magical ability to manipulate memories. I'm only using a secret technique to temporarily seal this small piece of memory. Therefore, you must open your mind and body and cooperate with me with all your strength. If an accident happens, you'll lose your mind and your soul will scatter. Jiang Wang knew that this was the best choice. Tonight, he had mistakenly entered Oxhead Mountain and stepped into the den of thieves. He should have died. White Lotus's various cover-ups had already saved his life. But no matter what, she couldn't let him return to Maplewood City with the secret of the White Bone Path. And he would rather die than wallow in the mire with the White Bone Path. Now he could postpone the choice he had to face, and he didn't have to die. Jiang Wang completely opened his mind, allowing his consciousness to be drowned by countless lotus petals. He felt a kind of warmth and tolerance as well as nostalgia. Then, in this boundless sea of lotus petals, he saw a lotus bud floating toward him. It grew taller and taller, until it was parallel to Jiang Wang's line of sight. Then, the lotus flower bloomed. The center of the bloomed flower wasn't the stamen, nor were there lotus seeds. Instead, it was a black candle. P.S. It'll officially go on sale at noon tomorrow. I already said my thoughts last week, so I won't say it again. In short, I hope that everyone will support the subscription process. The first subscription is very important to this book. It can be said to be the last chance for this book. If the subscription is better than the book, there will be more recommendations. Whether or not this book can continue to advance in quality and quantity will depend not only on my efforts, but also on everyone's efforts. Please. On the day it goes on sale, I will report back to everyone with more than 10,000 words. There will be a total of 5 chapters. From noon to 10 at night, I will update a chapter every 2 hours. After it goes on sale, I will try my best to maintain 2 chapters a day. Good luck. Good luck. Chapter 120. You've been sleeping at home tonight and haven't gone anywhere. You've decided to spy on Fong Helling tomorrow night and see if there's anything unusual about him. Jiang Wang felt like he was soaking in warm water, the surface of which was covered with white petals. The gentle voice seemed to be faintly discernible. He felt so comfortable that he wanted to sleep forever. In this infinitely warm world, he let go of all his defenses, all his responsibilities, all his confusion, and everything that made him uneasy. I should have listened to this voice, he thought. Just as everything was about to end, a lotus bud poked its head out from among the petals on the boundless surface of the water. It grew taller and taller until it was parallel to Jiang Wang's line of sight. The lotus bloomed, and a black candle stood in the middle. Whoosh! Black flames instantly ignited, igniting the sea of petals in an instant. Boundless waves of flames engulfed everything. Whoosh! Jiang Wang woke up. He found himself lying in his home in Pegasus Alley, and he could feel Jiang Ainan's steady breathing. He realized that the memory seal had been completed, and he had been sent back to his residence by White Lotus. However, he still remembered everything. He had forgotten nothing. No, not only did he not forget what had happened on Oxhead Mountain, but he also had some additional memories in his mind. It was a secret technique, the white bone escape technique. The principle was to use one's lifespan to please the netherworld and temporarily obtain the ability to travel between the 2 realms. Similar to the situation when he had obtained the flesh-soul return technique, the black candle in Tongtian Palace had clearly shrunk. I'm the white bone Taoist? I'm the white bone Taoist? Jiang Wang looked at his hands, somewhat stunned. However, the evil escape technique that he had just obtained undoubtedly confirmed White Lotus's words. My memories haven't been sealed. According to White Lotus's words, does this mean that I've begun to awaken? Fong Helling has undoubtedly hooked up with the White Bone Taoist, and the White Bone Taoist probably has some other plans for Maplewood City. Perhaps it's revenge for Wei Qiuji's previous massacre, or perhaps it's something else. But even if I confess this to the authorities now, it'll be difficult to do anything. White Lotus said that they'll move tonight. At most, they'll capture Fong Helling. And if they find out that I'm the White Bone Taoist, I'll definitely die. Jiang Wang tried to comfort himself. The current situation is that neither the Dao Monastery nor the Criminal Division suspects me. White Lotus thought that my memory had been sealed, so she wasn't worried about me. But I didn't lose my memory. Therefore, my best choice is to immediately take Boss and Little Five with me and escape within an. Once the dust has settled in Maplewood City, I'll decide whether to return or not based on the situation. No, if Boss knows the truth, he definitely won't leave. Little Five should be fine with it. Anan, isn't An willing to leave her hometown? Can you bear the hardships of being a vagrant? Maplewood City Region, Phoenix Creek Town, Little Forest Town. Jiang Wang's Dao heart, which had always been calm, was in complete chaos. The more he thought about it, the more vexed and confused he became. He simply lay down and sank into the great illusionary realm. The rank 8 sword discourse arena has been unsealed. The invincible Dugu has yet to enter the top 100 of the heavenly cycle realm. His ranking is not displayed. Matching heavenly cycle realm. Matching successful. Defeated. 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 After losing 3 matches in a row, Jiang Wang finally calmed down a little. Battle was something that required full concentration. In this kind of concentration, one could ignore everything else and temporarily put aside those worries. But when everything was over, one still had to face what had to be faced. Every time the rank 8 sword discourse arena was activated, it consumed 20 points of energy. If he lost, he would lose another 20 points. Jiang Wang looked at his remaining 2,680 points of energy and quietly stared blankly for a while. Then, he prepared to leave. Flutter. Flutter. A fat paper crane fluttered over. Naturally, it was Zhen Wudi's letter. Brother Dugu, I've also reached perfection and officially stepped into the heavenly cycle realm. I'm about to complete a major heavenly cycle. How about it? Come and practice? For a cultivator with such a profound background like Zhen Wudi, it was naturally not because he didn't have enough experience in the pulse-wandering realm. Instead, it was because he had been waiting for the most perfect heavenly cycle realm structure. Those clans often had experts who specially designed the most suitable advancement path for them based on their accumulated experience and immediate feedback. Therefore, saying that his major heavenly cycle realm would soon be completed after he completed a minor heavenly cycle realm was not completely boastful, because his path had already been paved, and it would be a smooth path to the heavens. Jiang Wang originally didn't plan on replying. He also didn't have any intention of fighting again. But after thinking about it, he chose to spend 10 points of energy and enter the Star River realm. It was still a pavilion in the middle of the Star River. As soon as Jiang Wang arrived, Zhen Wudi's chubby figure appeared in front of him. What's up? It's rare for you to take the initiative to chat with me, and you're still so extravagant? Zhen Wudi looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. The two of them were already very familiar with each other. Of course, this was mainly due to Zhen Wudi's chatterbox nature. Whenever he had something to do, he would send a paper crane over to chat with Jiang Wang. As long as Jiang Wang replied to a letter, it would take at least 20 exchanges to stop. He was also Jiang Wang's only acquaintance in the great illusionary realm. Or rather, he could be considered a friend. Because they were in a place like the great illusionary realm, and Jiang Wang had never exposed his real identity. In fact, he suspected that even if he told him, Zhen Wudi wouldn't know where Maplewood City was. Because they were here, Jiang Wang didn't need to be so nervous. He chose his words carefully, then asked, "Do you know the White Bone God?" "What God?" "It's probably a sect called the White Bone Path. They believe in a god." "What nonsense is that?" Zhen Wudi shook his head and said disdainfully, "A cult? Maybe. Let me tell you, Brother Dugu, don't get involved with those messy cults." Cultivation had developed to the modern realm. The reason why those heretical paths were heretical was because they had already been eliminated. There are so many orthodox sections. What's not good to learn? Zhen Wudi advised seriously. If you encounter something and want to quickly increase your strength, you might as well participate in the Heavenly Palace secret realm. I have 2 spots for teammates, and I'm looking for them. How about it? Do you want to try? Although there's a certain amount of danger, it's still more reliable than the evil god. If Zhen Wudi was serious about something, it definitely wasn't a small matter. The spots for the Heavenly Palace secret realm were definitely very precious. He didn't explain specifically because the Heavenly Palace secret realm was very famous. He thought Jiang Wang knew. Although this fatty was a bit exaggerated and talkative, his character wasn't bad. This was also why Jiang Wang kept in contact with him. But now, Jiang Wang really couldn't be distracted. "Let's talk about it next time." He forced a smile. "I still have things to do. I'll leave first." Without waiting for Zhen Wudi to urge him to stay, he left the Great Illusionary Realm. Sometimes, Jiang Wang felt that the Great Illusionary Realm was like a dream. After he woke up, everything might be empty. He might be like those beggars outside the Anata temple, already buried in the earth. He might be sinking in the small river in Phoenix Creek Town, and no one would save him. What was the purpose of cultivation? Was it to live longer, or to live more meaningfully? The room was very quiet. He could hear Jiang Ainan's soft and even breathing. This sound made him feel at ease. Jiang Wang knew that he had to make a decision before dawn. Chapter 121. This was an underground karst cave. The ground had obviously been artificially repaired, and had its own layout. Fiery red magma flowed slowly along the cracks, separating the ground and forming a complicated and huge formation. Second Elder stared with his white eyes and sat on the ground. He said gloomily, "Last night, there seemed to be more than one person on Oxhead Mountain." The bone emissary stood to the side. Hearing this, he said softly, "So what? Other than wrong clues and murderous traps, there's nothing left on Oxhead Mountain." "Kaki, that kid from the Fong family, you let him go back just like that? What else? Do you really think Dong A will protect him? If Dong A doesn't protect him, other than Fong Helling's death, we won't lose anything. If Dong A protects him, we can see the Dao Academy wrangling with the arrest department. What's not to like?" Second Elder laughed strangely and patted the seat next to him. "Come and sit with this old man." There was magma under his feet, and a scorching and terrifying power was slowly surging. "I'm still used to standing," the bone emissary said. "Young people nowadays are getting more and more intelligent. Looking at you, I often feel old. You were born with the nether eye. You can communicate with yin and yang from birth. Of course, you don't understand the hardships of mediocre people like us." The bone emissary's face was always hidden under the mask. "If you don't have enough talent, you can only use your brain more." Second Elder chuckled and looked up at him. "Emissary, do you also think this old man is an arrogant idiot?" The bone emissary avoided eye contact and replied softly, "Of course you're not an arrogant idiot. But you should know that I'm not one either. Your attitude is exactly the same as the holy maidens. Is that so? Then it's my honor. When the Taoist awakens, she will be the divine empress. Now you're on equal footing, but when the time comes, You can only be inferior to her forever. Are you willing? There's nothing to be unwilling. The bone emissary smiled. It's all for the sake of the sect. What's the difference between high and low? After saying this, he turned and left. He had already said what he needed to say. It was not a good experience to stay here and be on guard against that pair of eyes. After the bone envoy walked far away, the second elder suddenly opened his arms, as if he was hugging something. Who would have thought that the nine fiend mysterious formation would leave behind such pure fiend? Zhuguangye died a worthy death. This is truly Her Eminence's will. The magma in the crevice suddenly flowed back and formed a skeleton under his feet. Then Lu Yen. Magma skeleton spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Who is the arrogant idiot? Kikik, of course it's you. Isn't provoking Yi Lingshao arrogant enough? Second elder, whose real name was Lu Yen, lowered his head and cast his nether eyes at the crack in the ground. The plan has already reached this stage. Don't make any more mistakes. The skulls instantly dispersed, and the magma continued to flow slowly. It was as if nothing had happened. Dean. Bad news. Jiang Wang had just walked to the door of Dong A's small courtyard when he saw a senior brother barge in. Standing in the courtyard, he reported while panting, "The arrest department has come to our Dao Academy to arrest someone, but they have been stopped by Dean Song. They're at the entrance of the Dao Academy. Dean Song told me to inform you immediately." Understood. Dong A stepped out of the room and walked out unhurriedly. The arrest department? Jiang Wang's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that they might be here to arrest Fong Helling. Their hidden sentry was gone just like that. They definitely had to have an explanation. He lived in Pegasus Alley and entered the Dao Academy from the back door every time. Therefore, he did not know what had happened at the front door. The senior brother who had reported led the way while Dong A walked behind him, methodically asking about what had happened. Influenced by his indifference, the senior brother's mood also stabilized, and he recounted the matter from beginning to end. The matter itself was not complicated. The arrest department had suddenly come to say that a hidden sentry in charge of tailing Fong Helling had gone missing and wanted to bring him back for investigation. Xiao Tianmian, who had been teaching, had stopped them and demanded that the arrest department produce evidence first before discussing the matter of arresting Fong Helling. Both sides were in a deadlock. Later, Vice Dean Song Qifeng was alerted, and the arrest department's Deacon Dan Cha had also rushed over personally. Because the situation had escalated to this point, they had no choice but to invite Dong A. Dong A's expression was unreadable. After asking about the matter, he had already arrived at the front door. Two cultivators from the arrest department were holding Fong Helling in custody, but Xiao Tianmian blocked their way, not allowing them to leave. There was a bruise around Fong Helling's right eye. It looked like he had already suffered. On the other side, old Dean Song Qifeng, surrounded by a group of instructors and students, was also in a standoff with the large group led by Dan Cha. Elder Song. Dan Cha spoke respectfully, but there was not the slightest bit of respect on his face. "May I know what your intentions are by obstructing my enforcement of the law?" Song Qifeng was already advanced in age. He blinked and was about to speak. The crowd suddenly dispersed. "Dean Dong is here. Dean Dong, please uphold justice for us." Even Dan Cha's expression suddenly became serious. "Dan, where do you want to take the students of the academy to?" Dong A asked indifferently. "Dean Dong." Dan Cha had a smile on his face. The arrest department suspected that there was something else behind the previous mission C8 that caused the students of the Dao Academy to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, they sent a secret sentry to monitor Fong Helling day and night. However, just last night, a secret sentry from the arrest department, a heavenly cycle realm cultivator, suddenly disappeared. The students of the Dao Academy are the future pillars of our Zhuang country. For the safety of the students of the Dao Academy, we have decided to first bring Fong Helling back for investigation. You say that Fong Helling is related to the disappearance of your secret sentry. Do you have evidence? Dan Cha felt that it was ridiculous. That secret sentry disappeared while monitoring him. What evidence do we need? Whether he has nothing to do with it or not, we will know once we bring him back for investigation. Then, are you going to extort a confession from him by torture or directly search his soul? Dan Cha forced a smile and said, Ding dong, you must be joking. The arrest department has always enforced the law impartially and abided by the rules. How can we do this? However, Ding dong didn't show any mercy. You are just a small deacon. What kind of joke is this dean playing with you? Speaking of which, the dean of the Tao Academy, the deacons of the arrest department, and the city lord were all high-ranking officials of the major cities. In terms of position, the city lord was slightly higher than them. The dean and the deacon should be of the same rank. However, there were differences in the specifics of the major cities. It was nothing more than who was stronger and who had more authority. In the past, when Song Qifang was in charge of the Tao Academy, it wasn't rare for Dan Cha to barge into the Tao Academy to arrest people. However, Dong Ah was in charge now. Dan Cha was a cultivator at the peak of the soaring dragon realm. How could he raise his head in front of Dong Ah? A disciple of the Tao Academy might become a colleague of the arrest department in the future. I will definitely not extort a confession from him by torture. Dan Cha gritted his teeth and promised. Dong Ah looked around. Which instructor doesn't have a class later? Accompany Fong Helling to the arrest department. Our Zhuang country has its own laws. We will cooperate with normal interrogation. However, if you dare to use those dirty tricks in prison, this dean will definitely not allow it. Dean, I will go. Fong Helling was taken away during my class. I should show up, Xiao Tianyan said. He had always been known for his strictness. He also respected Dean Dong Ah, who had a similar personality. The tense confrontation ended just like that. The people of the arrest department didn't dare to restrain Fong Helling anymore. They just surrounded him. Xiao Tianyan accompanied him at the side. From beginning to end, Fong Helling lowered his head and didn't say a word. However, his gaze was very complicated. Before leaving, Dan Cha suddenly said, That's right, Bureau Chief Ji will be coming to Maplewood City soon. He has dealings with Ding Dong in Xian and City. When the time comes, he might come to visit an old friend. Sure. Dong Ah was expressionless. If the swelling on his face subsides, feel free to come. Dan Cha. He originally wanted to intimidate others with his connections. However, he suddenly felt as if he knew something that he shouldn't know. He could only leave hurriedly with his men. Dong Ah was like a stabilizing needle, calming the morale of the Tao Academy. From beginning to end, he was steady and domineering. Only Jiang Wang, who had been following behind Dong Ah since outside the small courtyard, noticed that Dong Ah's hands, which were behind his back, had clenched into fists. The mention of Xian and City might have hurt him a little. It had hurt this upright and plain-spoken old man. Chapter 122. Back then, Dong A had publicly criticized General Huang Fu Duanming in the imperial court and accused him of monopolizing military power. He even used a very serious word, disloyalty. In the end, Huang Fu Duanming was still as stable as a mountain, while Dong A was sent to Maplewood City and removed from the center of power. This was the result of Minister Du Ruhui's protection. Unless Huang Fu Duanming fell from power, he would probably never be able to return to Xian and City. Not many people could truly understand Dong A's feelings. When the dust settled, he turned around and looked at the most outstanding person among this year's freshmen. Why are you looking for me today? Jiang Wang had already made up his mind, but when it came to the final moment, he hesitated again. After all, this was not a small matter. It was related to his life. He hesitated and said, "I don't know if I should say." Dong-a turned around and left. "Then we'll talk about it after you've thought it through." Jiang Wang. When he returned to the courtyard, Jiang Wang was still following behind him. Dong-a ignored him and went to the quiet room. He sat cross-legged on the futon and meditated. It seemed that if Jiang Wang still did not speak, he would start cultivating. "Master Dong." Jiang Wang made up his mind. He knelt on the ground and refused to raise his head for a long time. This was the first time he bowed to Dong-a in such a way. Thus, one could understand his seriousness and persistence. However, Dong-a only said indifferently, "Stand up and talk." He still had that unsmiling look on his face, as if nothing could move him. There was also no one or anything that could change him. Jiang Wang raised his head and knelt in front of Dong-a. His eyes were slightly red. "Master Dong, before I report, I hope you can promise me. In the future, help me take care of my sister, Jiang Enan. Other than her, I have nothing else to worry about." Dong-a frowned and said, "If you want to make arrangements, do it when you're dead." The emotions that Jiang Wang had been brewing for the whole night were interrupted just like that. He silently sorted out his emotions. After a while, he continued, "I suspect that the White Bone Path is brewing a new conspiracy. Ever since they sacrificed Little Forest Town and were killed by the City Lord during the Three Cities Dao discussion, everyone thought that they had left the Zhuang country. But in fact, they had never left Maplewood City. Their lair was even in the Oxhead Mountain near the City Guard Army's encampment. They've already moved away, but I'm not sure where exactly. Furthermore, Fong Helling was already a member of the White Bone Path and was working for them. I suspect that there are more people who are involved with them or are being controlled. They have something called the White Bone Seed. It's very rare, but it can perfectly control a person." Dong-a quietly waited for him to finish before asking, "How did you know?" Jiang Wang paused for a while and then said, "When I was carrying out the investigation mission, I found that Fong Helling had some problems. Last night, besides the hidden sentry from the Criminal Investigations Department, I was also the one who followed Fong Helling. We chased them all the way to Oxhead Mountain, where we were ambushed. That hidden sentry from the Criminal Division was killed, but they said that I'm the descendant of the White Bone Sect and will be the future Holy Lord of the White Bone Sect. They think I'm with them." In the end, he still chose to confess. This decision was undoubtedly very difficult, but he still made this decision. It was just a student's trust in his teacher. It was just a simple choice made by a youth between his own safety and the safety of the entire city. He didn't know what he would face. He was even prepared for Dong-a to place righteousness before family. After all, this dean he respected had always been upright and plain-spoken, and couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. "What do you think?" Dong-a asked. Regarding the matter of them saying you're the White Bone Sect. What do you think?" Jiang Wang hung his head and said dejectedly, "It seems like I really am. What I'm asking is..." Dong-a repeated, "What do you think?" Jiang Wang suddenly raised his head. "Of course I'm not willing. I absolutely can't do something like slaughter civilians, harm the innocent, blaspheme the dead, and obliterate humanity. I'd rather die than join the White Bone Path." He was very agitated, but Dong-a only nodded. "All right. You can go back." Jiang Wang was stunned. "You're letting me go just like that? You're letting me go back? Am I not the White Bone Sect? Am I not the future Holy Master of the White Bone Path? I'm the leader of those evil sects. You're letting me go just like that? Do you have anything else to say?" Dong-a asked impatiently. Jiang Wang probed, "About the White Bone Path, I'll handle it. Then, should I go to the City Lord's mansion and report this matter to City Lord Wei? I'll personally communicate with Wei Qiji. Don't you have any orders for me? Work hard in your cultivation and take good care of your sister." Dong-a was still a man of few words. "What else?" "Don't bother me." Ah, okay. Jiang Wang stood up dizzily and walked out. After taking 2 steps, he couldn't help but turn around and ask, Teacher Dong, are you really not going to arrange for me to do anything? Dong A sighed. It was rare for him to say a few more words. Must I tell you how weak and useless you are in the face of a force like the White Bone Path? I understand. Jiang Wang strode out of the door. Dong A's voice came from behind him again. By the way, if they reveal anything else to you, the future Holy Master, tell me immediately. The winter sun outside seemed to be particularly glaring. Jiang Wang's nose twitched. Got it, he said. On a high cliff, the mountain wind messed up her long hair. When will the path chosen awaken? The Bone Envoy walked behind White Lotus and asked. White Lotus turned around. I don't know what you're talking about. The lotus-patterned mask covered her face, and only her eyes met the Bone Envoy's gaze. If you wear the mask for too long, you might forget who you are. The Bone Envoy reached out and took off the lotus-patterned mask, revealing the face that belonged to Miaoyu. What about you? Miaoyu asked. Do you still remember who you are? Me? The Bone Envoy walked to her side. The two of them stood side by side on the high cliff, facing opposite directions. I don't remember, he said. Miaoyu didn't seem to care about his answer and asked, Did Lu Yen look for you? The Bone Envoy looked down the high cliff. Everyone in this White Bone Path is half true and half false. Every word they say is carefully spoken. Everyone tests and targets each other, but they have no choice but to move forward with the same goal. Until the last moment, no one knows whose attitude is true or false. He revealed his intention to kill Ouyang Lai, but I have to be able to believe it. You're the same. I have to be able to believe you, Miaoyu said. Of course you should believe me, because at least until now our goals are still the same. We're all looking for the path chosen to awaken. Everyone in the White Bone Path is waiting for the path chosen to awaken. But no one cares who the path chosen is. Then what about you? Do you care? I used to think that I wouldn't care, because no matter who I was born as, the path chosen would still be the path chosen. But now, Miaoyu gently pressed her chest. I seem to be a little confused. This is very dangerous. Yes, then let go of what you want to do. In any case, according to the oracle, as long as the plan goes to that step, the path chosen will naturally awaken. There's no difference whether you do it or not, whether you choose or not, the Bone Envoy said. In any case, I hope that it can be more perfect. Miaoyu smiled in confusion. I didn't expect that Her Eminence would send another oracle. He has already returned from the River of Forgetfulness, and we are still trying to guess the secrets of the heavens. How laughable. The plan is about to begin. The Bone Envoy faced the distance and opened his hands wide, as if embracing everything in sight. Do you want to say something to them? May Her Eminence bring them justice, Miaoyu said. In the distance there was a towering mountain peak, as if it had flown from the sky. Chapter 123. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the winter moon was over, and half of the 12th lunar month had passed. New Year's Eve was getting closer and closer. On this day, the sky was just right and everything was bright and beautiful. However, Shin Nanchi's mood was very gloomy. His current location was on the east side of Tangxi Town, probably on the West Mountain. It should be very close to the abandoned little forest town. But he couldn't be sure. He had lost his way. He could clearly see north, south, east, and west, but he always circled around a few times and returned to this place. Shin Nanchi didn't dare to take any more risks, especially when his junior brothers and sisters were seriously injured and couldn't control themselves. He keenly sensed that this was a conspiracy against the disciples of the Tao Academy. There were a total of 5 people traveling with him. At this time, only he and another junior brother could still move on their own. He was the only one who still had combat strength. In the entire Maplewood City area, the West Mountain was located in the northeast. He didn't know how the name West Mountain came about. Previously, there was a group of bandits here. After they were wiped out by Jiang Wang, who was still an outer sect disciple at that time, this place was peaceful for a long time. Shen Nanchi led the team into the Chichang mountain range to hunt demon beasts. It was originally an ordinary training mission, but they were attacked outside Tangxi town. They fought all the way. Calculating the distance, they should have reached the West Mountain, because they were heading east. However, after reaching this place, the direction had lost its meaning. He didn't know much about formations, and he couldn't leave his junior brothers and sisters to take the risk. Those heretics hiding in the dark seemed to want to slowly exhaust him to death. They would only launch an attack from time to time, and not all of them would come. At this point, he could only wait. He had already seized the opportunity to light the incense asking for help. Now it was time to see if the reinforcements would arrive first, or if he couldn't hold on and fell first. He couldn't count how many attacks it had been. His reserve of Tao energy was almost exhausted. The last teammate standing also fell. He was lucky to survive because of his outburst. However, he actually understood that it was only a matter of time. If he couldn't be treated in time. The Tao vortex in the heavenly palace rotated, brewing the rebirth of Tao energy. However, Shen Nanchi didn't know if he could wait until that moment. No, he definitely could. Shen Nanchi didn't look back. He knew who was behind him. That was his teammate. And he, Shen Nanchi, would never give up. Casually grabbing a sword, he faced his opponent head-on. He did not have much Tao energy left, so he tried his best to use it sparingly. Although he had never cultivated a transcendent sword manual, he was able to display a certain level of combat prowess by controlling his body with the cultivation of a heaven ascension realm. Of course, it couldn't compare to the Tao technique system that he had been immersed in for many years. After exchanging a few blows, Shen Nanchi drifted back. His opponent fell to the ground with a loud thud. There was a hole in his heart and blood kept gushing out. It was caused by the golden light arrow. He had no choice but to use his Tao technique again. Finally, it dried up completely. Was it over? He thought. In his field of vision, more and more heretics walked out. These people didn't hide their faces because they didn't plan to let anyone go. The sun shone brightly on the mountains. In the bright forest, a figure was moving swiftly. A long saber slashed across. The saber light reflected the sunlight, and the silhouette passed through the silhouette. Blood splattered, and a head flew off. The swift snow blade arrived. Wei Yan appeared. The heterodox demon cultivators that were about to gather suddenly dispersed and disappeared in a few turns. In such a formation, they were able to attack or retreat. "I didn't expect it to be you who came to save me," said Shen Nanchi. Wei Yan looked behind him and said indifferently, "You're still the same. If you left alone, you would have left long ago. Don't talk nonsense. When will the rest of them come? We can't break out of this formation with just the two of us." Shen Nanchi seized the time to catch his breath and recover as much strength as possible. "Just the two of us," said Wei Yan, "and no one else." "What? They can't make it in time, so I'll come alone." Shen Nanchi took a deep breath and said, "Then you call people now. If we work together, we can defend for a while. Don't you understand? These heterodox demon cultivators want to besiege the city and attack the reinforcements. We can't add any more fuel to the fire. These people must have made it so complicated. They must have a big plan. If the city guard suffers too many casualties, Maplewood City may be in danger." Wei Yan was very decisive. He turned around with his saber. "If you come with me, we still have a chance to break out." "Then what about them?" said Shen Nanchi angrily. Wei Yan looked back and casually summoned 4 long swords. He threw them accurately beside the 4 seriously injured disciples of the Taoist Academy. Clang! The 4 disciples were also decisive. Regardless of gender, they all held their swords horizontally. They had waited for a long time, and watched as Shun Nanchi held on alone for a long time. Wei Yan did not disguise his words, and directly told them there was no hope. Not dragging Shun Nanchi down was the best result. Don't. Shun Nanchi went forward to take it, but Wei Yan grabbed him. How could his tired body break through Wei Yan's blockade? Seeing his 4 junior brothers and sisters commit suicide in front of him, Shun Nanchi's eyes were red. Wei Yan, are you here to save people or to kill people? He seemed to see that night again. That night with the color of blood. At that time, he and Wei Yan had been present. It was Wei Yan who had made this choice. That night, his and Wei Yan's mutual friend had died tragically in front of them, burned to ashes. Not even his bones remained. If you can save them, then save them. If you can't, then why waste time? Wei Yan turned coldly. If you want to avenge them, then follow. Wei Yan. Shun Nanchi's voice was not so much a roar as a cry. If you have the strength, why don't you kill a few more heterodox so that they can rest in peace? Wei Yan held fast snow and chopped the tree. He looked at the tree rings and walked straight. The formation can deceive our eyes, but it can't deceive trees. Because trees have no eyes, only the instinct of life. Shun Nanchi held back his tears and followed him without saying a word. He also knew in his heart that it was not a bad choice for his junior brothers and sisters to commit suicide. At least they could avoid a more painful experience. But emotionally, he couldn't accept such an outcome. He had worked so hard for so long and persisted for so long. But he still couldn't save anyone. Not a single one. He almost went crazy. Along the way, the heterodox organized 2 large-scale attacks, but they were all defeated by Wei Yan and Shun Nanchi, who was already crazy. However, until they walked down the mountain, the masters Wei Yan expected didn't appear. Tangxi town was in the west. Shun Nanchi, who was in a daze, walked west. Go south, Wei Yan said. Shun Nanchi followed and didn't ask anything. But Wei Yan still explained, on the way to help just now, we bumped into a group of academy disciples who also came to help. They haven't appeared yet. They're probably lost somewhere. We have to go take a look. Shun Nanchi turned to look at him. His eyes slowly regained their spirit, but they were angry. You said no one will come to help? It's too late, Wei Yan said indifferently. If we stay there and slowly lose blood, you will die, and I may not be able to survive. He added, and you see, the team that came to help has already been lost. You always make the choice like this. Shun Nanchi gritted his teeth and said, I hope that one day, when you are put in such a choice, you will gladly endure it. Wei Yan just leaped forward, leaving all the sunlight behind him. You don't have to bless me. When I was 5 years old, I was chosen like this. Chapter 124. Halfway there, they saw a red firework shoot into the sky and burn 3 times in a row. This was a type of distress signal in the Tao Institute. Wei Yan immediately grabbed Shun Nanchi and sped up. He didn't want to miss the best time to rescue, but he also couldn't leave the exhausted Shun Nanchi here. Therefore, he could only pretend that he didn't see Shun Nanchi and the others' resistance. Outside Shaolin Town, Wei Yan, who had rushed over, landed on the ground. He stopped right in front of Jiang Wang and his 2 brothers who were searching here. The investigation of the CWU mission had come to an end. Because Dong A had requested for confidentiality, Fang Heling was now free to avoid alerting the enemy. This investigation mission could only be temporarily shelved. Of course, on the surface the case was closed. The 12th lunar month was the end of the first year. Jiang Wang and his 2 brothers had been very active in completing missions, like wild beasts in winter, accumulating Tao merit. After this period of hard work, they had completed the run-in in the Battle of the Transcendent Realm, and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Ling He completed the minor heavenly cycle on the 30th of the 12th lunar month, still using the extreme speed of ordinary talent to complete the breakthrough. Zhao Ruqing was not to be outdone. He even broke through a few days before Ling He and completed the reversal. On the other hand, Jiang Wang had been polishing Dao techniques and strengthening his foundation. He had consumed a lot of Dao energy, and his breakthrough speed had slowed down. On the 15th lunar month, the Blessed Land Challenge Day, his Blessed Lands ranking had dropped to the 27th Dong Gong Mountain. He only had 1,450 merit points left every month. Including what he had before, he only had a total of 4,120 merit points. This undoubtedly increased Jiang Wang's sense of urgency, but he wasn't in a hurry to break through. The stage from the Heavenly Cycle Realm to the Heavenly Cycle Realm was the advancement from the Minor Heavenly Cycle to the Heavenly Cycle Realm. It determined the time to see the Heaven and Earth Gate, as well as the height and thickness of the gate. He had to be steady. This was what Dong A had repeatedly told him. However, in reality, this small team of 3 Heavenly Cycle Realm cultivators had suddenly risen in the rankings of the Dao Academy's Dao Merit Rankings, and they had overtaken many of their senior brothers from the previous batches. In next year's 3 Cities Dao Debate, Jiang Wang had already reserved the title of champion. At the end of the year, he even had a chance to enter the county academy. There was also Du Yehu, who was in the 9 Rivers Profound Armor. The brothers all had a bright future ahead of them. The shadow brought by the White Bone Path gradually faded under Dong A's responsibility. Jiang Wang was now full of beautiful imagination for the future. Today, their team happened to be carrying out a new mission nearby. They rushed over as soon as they saw the distress signal, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. "Did you encounter any academy disciples who asked for help?" asked Wei Yin. Ling He replied, "We were nearby. When we saw the distress signal, we immediately came over. However, we didn't see anyone. There aren't even any traces of battle." Everyone knew what this meant. That group of Dao Academy disciples must have encountered an opponent they couldn't fight against, which was why they couldn't even leave behind any traces of battle. Then why did they still have the chance to send out a distress signal? Just thinking about it made him shudder. "We have to hurry back to the city and report this matter," Zhao Ruqing said. The abandoned little forest town was not far away, and the ruins seemed to be telling the story of the past. They told her what they had done here and what they had left behind. Of course, what happened was painful memories, and what was left behind was shame. The moon cypress trees outside the town were growing very well. Now, no one dared to come here to steal. "Let's go." Wei Yin turned and said, "Aren't we going to look around?" Ling He couldn't bear it. Zhao Ruqing had suggested returning to the city before. It was only because of Ling He's repeated requests that the 3 brothers looked around for a while. Because of this, they met Wei Yin and Ling He. Zhao Ruqing tugged at him. "Let's go. It's a disaster. Just report it to the arrest department. Even if we want to find traces, we have to let the professionals do it." Ling He had to give up. Because Shen Nanchi had lost his ability to fight, everyone took turns to carry him. They didn't move very fast. They walked on the official road. A little further ahead and they would see Maplewood City. Wei Yin suddenly stopped. "You guys go. Take Shen Nanchi back." "What about you, General Wei?" asked Ling He. Zhao Ruqing hugged him. "Let's go, boss. Don't worry about other people's business." Jiang Wang didn't speak, because as soon as they left Xiaolin town, his mind fell into a sudden uneasiness. But he couldn't tell where this uneasiness came from. He could only protect Shen Nanchi and walk forward. At this time, Shen Nanchi was like a walking corpse. He didn't care who he followed or where he went. But Jiang Wang keenly sensed that there was an extremely sharp aura in his body that was slowly spreading. The brothers looked at each other. They all understood that after today's blow, Shen Nanchi was about to open the door to heaven and earth. Wei Yan waited until Jiang Wang and the others were far away before he suddenly turned around and rushed toward Xiaolin town. Quick snow was raised and metal elemental energy madly gathered toward him. His figure was extremely sharp. It seemed to cut through the wind, and he moved forward in the gap between the wind. The distance that he had walked for half a day was now covered with a whistling sound. But this place was still quiet, as if there was nothing. This was a wasteland where even spirits didn't exist, because all the spirits here had become sacrifices for the shadow of the gates of hell. Wei Yan held Quick Snow and walked among the broken walls and ruins. Tea houses, taverns, single-wheeled trucks. His pace was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. But after almost circling the entire Xiaolin town, he didn't find any traces. There was no attack. In the end, he stopped and stood in the center of Xiaolin town, at the empty flat ground where the shadow of the gates of hell had been condensed. "Come out! You can't wait for anything!" Wei Yan suddenly shouted. A breeze seemed to blow and a black brocade robe appeared in front of him. Under the long hair was Wei Qiuji's dignified face. "Sure enough, it was you who followed me," Wei Yan sneered. "Using me as bait? That's really something you would do. Unfortunately, you were exposed. That can only mean that you're a waste. You're not worth their risk." Wei Qiuji seemed to be disdainful. He only said this sentence stiffly and then left in a whirlwind. He didn't seem to expect an answer. He just wanted to express his will. "Aren't you a waste?" Wei Yan gritted his teeth and held Quick Snow tightly. "My father?" After returning to Maplewood City, he sent Shen Nanchi back to his residence. The three brothers went to the Hall of Merit to choose a mission. After distributing the merit, they prepared to go back. "Third brother, are you okay?" Zhao Ruqing asked. "I'm fine," Jiang Wang said reluctantly. "Maybe it's because I know that many of my brothers died today, so I feel a little uneasy. Go back and have a good rest." Ling He patted him on the shoulder. There was no other way to comfort him about this. On the path of cultivation, they would still experience a lot. After walking out of the Hall of Merit, Ling He lived in the Tao Academy's dormitory. Zhao Ruqing left the Tao Academy's gate and went home. Jiang Wang returned to Pegasus Alley from the Tao Academy's back door. The three brothers parted ways. Jiang Wang walked forward alone. When he reached the back door, his footsteps suddenly swayed. He had just been in a trance, and the ruins of Xiaolin town seemed to have appeared in front of him. He also saw a huge, pitch-black vortex in the center of Xiaolin town. He came to his senses and saw the Tao Academy's disciple in front of him asking about him with concern. I'm fine," Jiang Wang said repeatedly. He stepped forward, but his footsteps felt heavy. Was it an illusion? Chapter 125. Late at night. In the city guard camp, Quick Snow was placed on his knees. Wei Yan sat alone in the tent with his back to the curtain. It was dark inside the tent. There was no light. As for Zhao Lang, he just sat on the ground outside the tent, on the other side of the tent curtain. A brazier was set up high in front of him, illuminating his face with a red glow. The two sat with their backs to each other through the curtain. The soldiers on night patrol looked straight ahead as though they were used to this scene. It seemed that Zhao Lang had no intention of going in and Wei Yan had no intention of coming out. Whenever he could not control his murderous intent, Wei Yan would shut himself in the tent. And every time at this time, Zhao Lang would also sit outside the tent. He could not tell how many times he had done this. It was so long it seemed to be a part of his life. "Do you think I am sad?" Wei Yan suddenly asked through the curtain. "Why do you ask?" "I just suddenly remembered. I have been alone all this time. I have no family or friends." "You have family and friends. The Wei does not count." "Ha ha." Zhao Lang lowered his head and chuckled. He seemed to feel helpless and amused by Wei Yan's rare childishness. "I am serious," Wei Yan added. "I am also serious," Zhao Lang said with a smile. Am I not your friend? The tent was silent for a while. It was so silent that people thought he had fallen asleep. Then he continued, You see, I always forget these things and ignore other people. I could only see myself and my knife. I thought I was different from that person. But in fact, maybe I am the same. Geniuses are like this. Geniuses do not need to see what mortals see. Geniuses have their own world, Zhao Lang said. Also, in my view, you are not the same. How am I a genius? You seem to say I am not working hard enough. Am I not working hard enough, Wei Yan? Another silence. There was only the crackling of the flames in the brazier. After a silent sigh, Wei Yan asked in the tent, I did not think about it before. But now, I sometimes wonder, that matter back then. Did I make a mistake? Zhao Lang did not need to ask. He knew what he was talking about. Shen Nanqi has his own thoughts. But you're not wrong. That's the best choice. Rather than dying together, it's better to have one alive. Zhao Lang paused for a moment before adding, If it were me, I would make the same choice. Will you make the same choice? Separated by the curtain, they sat with their backs facing each other. It seemed that this was how they had always shared their hearts. It seemed that Wei Yan, a person who pressed forward courageously, would only seek answers from Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang smiled. His teeth were very white and his smile was very bright. Of course. It was an extremely long night. Jiang Wang was haunted by uneasiness the whole night. As long as he closed his eyes, the pitch-black whirlpool would appear before him. In order not to affect An, he couldn't even toss and turn. He quietly lay on his back on the bed, looking at the dark ceiling. He didn't sleep for the entire night. It wasn't until dawn that an even more frightening change occurred. The black candle in the Heavenspan Palace suddenly flickered. It bounced about, as if it had gained sentience but was also frightened by something. At this moment, his Dao lineage true spirit, the star-twining spirit snake, swam far away to the side. It curled up into a ball and seemed to be trembling. The Heavenspan Palace was the original resting place of the Dao lineage dragon. It was the origin of all mysteries and naturally affected spiritual perception. Now that such an ominous signal came from the Heavenspan Palace, he had no idea what had happened. There was only an instinctive fear. As soon as the sky brightened, Jiang Wang got up and went to the Dao Academy to find Dong A. Master Dong, I suspect that the White Bone Path is already on the move. Yesterday, 7th Senior Brother Shen Nanqi was attacked when he retreated from the Qichang mountain range. The other party didn't kill him directly, but chose to surround him and attack reinforcements. Then, in Little Forest Town, a group of Dao Academy reinforcements went missing. If I look back at the mission records, I'll know who they are. The Dao Academy cultivators are being targeted like this. This series of events is definitely not a coincidence. Connecting this to what happened at Oxhead Mountain, the White Bone Path has already begun to move. Dong A pondered for a moment. Go back first. Don't tell anyone about this. Remember not to alert them. Jiang Wang murmured, Master Dong, I feel very uneasy, as if something bad is about to happen. What are they doing? What are they trying to do? He was unable to describe what had happened in the Heavenspan Palace, as it was impossible for him to open the Heavenly Palace for Dong A to see. Your mind is in a mess. Go back and rest up. You have to treat this seriously. The sense of urgency left Jiang Wang rather speechless. He thought of all the people he could think of, even going as far as to reveal many of the things he had experienced. The Holy Lady of the White Bone Path is very powerful, but there are even more powerful people in their cult that she fears. You can contact Department Head G of the Arrest Department. He should be near Wangjiang City. You can also contact the Clear River Manor. Yes, the prefect of Clear River is extremely powerful. We have a centuries-old alliance with the Clear River Manor. He'll definitely be willing to help. Enough. Calm down. Dong-a stopped him. It's not as severe as you think. Even if the sky falls, it's not up to you to shoulder it. But, Jiang Wang's hairs stood on end. At the same time, he constantly told himself that he had to remain calm. He used his heart of Tao that he had honed all this time to suppress his emotions. He had faced life and death before, and he had also been tested many times. With his personality, it was impossible for him to be so fearful and fearful. Perhaps the black candle in the Heavenspan Palace had infected him. Emotions could be transmitted, especially in a secretive place like the Heavenspan Palace, especially when the black candle was so closely connected to him. However, why would a treasure with its own intelligence like the black candle be so fearful? There are no buts. I have my own plans for this, said Dong-a. Jiang Wang still felt uneasy. He could not help but ask, have you investigated the Ox's Head Mountain? Have you found anything on Fong Helling's side? Seeing how he was becoming more and more ridiculous, Dong-a frowned. The arrest department is still conducting routine questioning on Fong Helling's side. With Instructor Xiao watching over him, there won't be any problems. Also, about the entire White Bone Path. I've already notified Wei Qiji, and I've reported it to the Imperial Court. Matters at this level are not something you can interfere with. That's all I can say. Dong-a gave a rare word of consolation. Go back and have a good sleep. Don't worry, no matter what calamity you face, it will pass. It will pass? At this moment, an academy disciple called out from outside, Academy Head Dong, Academy Head Song invites you over. He says there's an ancient pill recipe that he needs your help with researching. Understood. I'll go now. Dong-a replied to the outside, then stood up and gave Jiang Wang a deep look. You can go back first. Jiang Wang could only forcefully suppress his uneasiness. He had already done everything he could. Indeed, as Dong-a had said, he could not interfere with other matters. After leaving Dong-a's small courtyard, the black candle was still flickering in the Heavenspan Palace. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump, it sounded like a heartbeat. Chapter 126. There is no self, therefore there is no life and no destruction. Lifeless Bone Sutra. Jiang Wang moved his feet and tried his best to suppress his restless mind. He had to believe, and could only believe, Dong-a, amidst the restlessness of Tongtian Palace. He tried his best to remain calm. He turned to the inner sect dormitory and greeted Ling He, who lived alone. He repeatedly reminded him to be careful, but he didn't know what to be careful of. Ling He saw that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it was because of the successive incidents of Tao Academy disciples being killed that made him uneasy. He advised Jiang Wang not to think too much and said that he wouldn't take on any missions for the time being. He told him to go back and rest for a few days, prepared to welcome the new year. In the end, he patted Jiang Wang's shoulder and said with a smile, "The tiger will be back soon. Let's drink together. Celebrate the new year." These words made Jiang Wang smile. There was nothing more beautiful than a reunion. Yes, let's drink together. Jiang Wang left the dormitory and planned to go home. He didn't leave from the back door today. Instead, he went through the front door. He wanted to take a detour and pass by Zhao Ruqing's house. He wanted to say a few words to Zhao Ruqing before going back. He just wanted to talk to them because he was feeling uneasy. But there was nothing specific to say. It was nothing more than paying attention to safety and avoiding danger. But he didn't even know where the danger would come from, let alone how to avoid it. It was almost the new year. Most of the Tao Academy disciples were still cultivating or sharpening themselves after accepting missions. There weren't many pedestrians on the streets of the Tao Academy. Occasionally, there would be a few who were high-spirited and full of vitality. Just like the thriving Maplewood City Tao Academy, the future was limitless and bright. If Dong A was said to have built a solid foundation for the Maplewood City Tao Academy, then Zhu Weiwo was the flag of the Tao Academy. There were already many outstanding cultivation seeds who expressed their desire to come here to cultivate. In time, the achievements of the Maplewood City Tao Academy would be limitless. Looking at their smiling faces and feeling their spirit, Jiang Wang suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. What am I afraid of? He asked himself. However, there was no answer. Only the black candle flickered back and forth, gradually becoming crazier. The star-twining spirit snake had already shrunk into the shape of a biscuit. Jiang Wang then sat down on the stone steps in front of the statue of Taoist primogeniture. He suppressed his trembling and silently sorted out his Taoist heart. In a remote courtyard in the Wang clan's ancestral land, the Boston ivy had already retreated. The sun shone down and the courtyard door was gently closed. It was as peaceful as ever. Wang Zhangxiang ran over excitedly. Only when he reached the entrance of the courtyard did he slow down and collect his emotions. Among this year's new students, he and Li Jianxiu were not very outstanding when they first entered the academy. However, as their studies began, they gradually improved. Now, they were all ranked in the top 10 amongst the new students of the county academy. Of course, he wouldn't stop there. He even had the confidence to pass the next competition between the three counties. The future was good and full of hope. What made him even happier was the reason why he was rushing back to the clan. Yesterday, he had completed a difficult mission in the county court, so he had been rewarded with a bottle of secret medicine. It was said that this medicine could expand the heavenly palace, and at the same time, it also had the effect of unblocking Tao meridians. A secret medicine that could expand the heavenly palace was of great use to everyone. However, for Wang Zhangxiang, being able to unblock his Taoist meridians was the reason why he risked his life. He couldn't even be sure that this medicine would be effective on Wang Zhangji. He had asked the instructors in the county court, but they only said that it was possible. However, it was merely possible, and that was more than enough. That was great, because in the past few days, no matter who it was, after examining Wang Zhangji, they all concluded that it was impossible. There was absolutely no hope. It was absolutely impossible. It was also because of this that his father had completely given up on his elder brother. Wang Zhangji himself was also disheartened. It wasn't that there weren't any memories of the two brothers fooling around under their father's knee. Although those memories were few, they were precious and worth fighting for. From the City Tao Academy to the County Tao Academy, he had improved his cultivation and broadened his horizons. He had also seen more opportunities and possibilities. From impossible to possible, wasn't this an improvement? He had always felt that his elder brother was the knowledgeable, tall, and warm person in his memories. Compared to the short time he spent with his father, he had spent more time with his elder brother growing up. His father was more of a clan leader, while his elder brother was more of a father. Even if the whole world had given up on his elder brother, even if his elder brother had given up on himself, he would never give up. This was the reason why he had come so far. Wang Zhangxiang couldn't wait for a moment longer. The steadiness that was praised in the past was not enough to help him. The moment he got the secret medicine, he rushed home, like a child who was in a hurry to show off his treasure. Rushing through the night, he was anxious to return home. In half a day, he rushed from Qinghe City to Maplewood City, faster than a galloping horse. Without even greeting his parents or caring about the other clan members, Wang Zhangxiang rushed directly to his elder brother's small courtyard. He stopped at the entrance. I have to be calm. I can't give him too much pressure, and I can't show too much hope. Wang Zhangxiang told himself in his heart. Because the greater the hope, the greater the despair. The scene of Wang Zhangji swallowing the meridian unlocking pill without any reaction had been deeply engraved in his heart. He would often think of his elder brother's hopeless eyes in the middle of the night. If the County Tao Academy couldn't do anything, there was the National Tao Academy. If the National Tao Academy couldn't do anything, there were other countries. There was even Mount Yujing. There was always a future, there was always hope. Wang Zhangxiang finally adjusted his breathing, gently pushed open the courtyard door, and stepped into the small courtyard. The small courtyard was empty, and there was no familiar figure on the reclining chair. And right in front of him, in the courtyard, on the green brick, lying on its back, was an orange cat. It was not accurate to say that it was lying on its back, because this fat orange cat was dismembered on the ground. The cat's head, limbs, and tail were neatly arranged. It was as if they could be pieced together. It was Xiao Ju, the hot-tempered and arrogant Xiao Ju. It was the fat orange cat that Wang Zhangji treated as a treasure and cared for with all his heart. Wang Zhangxiang panicked. His Tao heart could not be stabilized. He even forgot his Tao techniques for a moment and stumbled into the house. "Brother! Brother! Wang Zhangji!" he shouted. He vaguely heard a weak response, and that voice seemed to be coming from Wang Zhangji's bedroom. Wang Zhangxiang ran to the bedroom with all his might, and his Tao energy surged, bringing him an endless stream of energy. At this moment, he finally heard the voice clearly. That was indeed Wang Zhangji's voice. That voice was filled with anxiety, irritation, and viciousness. That was an emotion that Wang Zhangxiang had never seen from his elder brother. Even when he tore his beloved book when he was young, he only gently warned him not to do so. Even when he was an adult and suffered all kinds of coldness and resentment, he only turned around indifferently and told him to let them be. But at this moment, that voice was so ear-piercing, violent, and even desperate. That voice was shouting, "Wang Zhangxiang! Wang Zhangxiang! Get lost! Get lost!" Chapter 127. As he ran, Wang Zhangxiang's hair stood on end. His good combat skills allowed him to quickly form a Tao seal and prepare to attack at the first moment. Of course, he couldn't leave just like that. Instead, he slammed his shoulder into the door. He sent the door flying. He crashed into the bedroom. However, there was no one else in the bedroom. There was no villain holding his brother hostage, as he had imagined. There was only his brother in the room. At that moment, he was curled up on the bed. His hands were behind his head, but they were stained with blood. On them there were a few orange hairs. Xiaoju's hairs. Wang Zhangxiang let go of the Tao seal and rushed to the bed to support him. "Brother, brother! What happened to you?" Wang Zhangji's entire face was scrunched up, becoming ferocious and twisted. He squeezed himself against the wall and waved his hands in front of him, trying to chase his brother away. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" He was almost weeping bitterly, almost begging. He roared again, "Get out of my sight! Get lost! Brother! What happened to you? Don't scare me!" Wang Zhangxiang grabbed his flailing hands, ignoring the bloodstains. Tears flowed down his face as he asked, "What happened? Let's face it together." Wang Zhangxiang heard that. It was as if he was sighing, but also as if he had released something. Then, he felt his hands being held behind his back. His brother's hands were so cold. He saw Wang Zhangji raise his head from hiding and look at him quietly. The twisted struggle on his face disappeared, and he regained his calmness. His voice became abnormally cold, without a trace of warmth or emotion. "Time's up," he said. The cold and surging power rushed in from the place where his hands touched. Wang Zhangxiang's instinctive Tao energy defense collapsed at the first touch. He felt his blood solidify, his Tao energy solidify, and his thoughts begin to solidify. He moved his lips, trying to say the last syllable. "Brother." But his voice also froze. Even his breathing. Wang Zhangji let go of his hand, and Wang Zhangxiang fell to the ground in front of him. He spread his limbs and looked up at the sky. His eyes were calm. No one knew what he thought of at the last moment. Wang Zhangji stood up, pulled the bedsheets, and slowly wiped the blood off his hands. There was no sadness in his eyes. Or rather, from that moment on, he had lost all his emotions. He began to walk out. Wang Zhangxiang's body was lying in front of him. He lifted his foot and was about to cross over. But halfway through, he retracted his foot. He noticed an exquisite little bottle hanging from Wang Zhangxiang's belt. The aura in the bottle made even an existence like him feel that it was precious. He gently bent down and reached out to take the bottle. On the bottle was its name, Channel Opening Spirit Liquid. Wang Zhangji stood up, stepped over the corpse, and continued to walk out. His face was expressionless. But he didn't know why. Her eyes were tearing up. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those ferocious beasts had all gone mad. Even demonic beasts are like that. Quick, send a message to Xian and City. The communication array is malfunctioning. We can't send any messages out. The boiling emotions on the Flying Cometh Peak calmed down for a moment. Everyone understood what this meant. When Sun Hung cleared out the vertical brush peak, the Zhuang Ting did not expect it. Or rather, the Zhuang Ting's attitude was contradictory. Without receiving orders, the cultivators guarding the vertical brush peak did not dare to reveal their identities and confront a region's city lord. They originally thought that the ferocious beast tide would eventually force the Three Mountain City team to retreat, but no one expected Sun Hung to go against the flow and fight to the death, single-handedly breaking through the beast tide. When Yuheng Peak was in danger of being overturned for the first time, the state minister, Du Ruhui, personally appeared and stopped Do Yueme. But no one expected that someone would take advantage of the County Academy tournament and Du Ruhui's presence in Exen and to destroy Yuheng Peak. Now there was only one Flying Cometh Peak left in the Three Mountain City region. Indeed, there were many hidden ferocious beast lairs in the Zhuang Kingdom that were used to breed demonic beasts. But lairs like the Flying Cometh Peak were strategic resources. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss. That was why experts of Du Ruhui's level would personally go there so many times. The Zhuang Kingdom could not afford to lose it. Someone's here. Someone's charging up. Is it the White Bone Path or the Yong Kingdom? Inside, the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts were rioting. Outside, there were enemies attacking and quickly breaking through the defenses. Alone, there was no way to call for help. They couldn't even accurately determine where the enemy had come from because everything had happened too suddenly. They hadn't made any preparations beforehand and hadn't received any clues. Someone had covered up everything. Amidst the commotion, amidst the panic and helplessness, a cultivator from the arrest department didn't say a word and cut his own throat. Fresh blood spurted out from his slit throat, splattering the face of the person in front of him. Every cultivator guarding the Flying Cometh Peak had a secret technique bound to their fate soul. Once they died, there would be an immediate response from Xian and City. He had no other choice but to use his death to send a message. The cultivator whose face was suddenly covered in fresh blood suddenly wiped his face, drew his sword, and charged down the mountain. Kill. Kill them all. Before the state minister arrives, we can't let them take another step. Apart from the few cultivators who were still trying to repair the formation, almost all the cultivators guarding the area roared and charged down the mountain. These cultivators belonged to the arrest department, but no one remembered their names. They also wore the uniform of the arrest department, but their names weren't listed in the arrest department. This was because they were carrying out such a secret mission, and what they were doing was something they didn't want to do. They carried shame and guilt, but they also looked up with pride and pride. They harmed innocent people and protected the future of the Zhuang state. What kind of people were they? What would history say about them? That might be important or it might not be. At this point, the only thing left was to kill. I'm looking down from above, so there's nothing I can do. The attack on the flying cometh peak had already begun. The plan that the White Bone Path had been planning for decades was fully launched and officially entered the final stage. As the Holy Maiden of the White Bone Path, Miaoyu felt lost. This was because she was still hesitant about whether to push for the third choice that had already been planned. She wanted to use the third thing that Jiang Wang had promised to help Daozi complete his awakening. She knew that once the plan reached the final step, if she still didn't take action, then all her previous efforts would be in vain. At that time, her eminence would descend upon the world, and Daozi's awakening wouldn't be due to her. During those difficult times in the past, she had been told countless times that she was the Holy Maiden of the White Bone Path. She would assist the awakened White Bone Daozi and cleanse this ugly world together. Daozi would be her Dao companion. This had always been her spiritual support, and it was the reason why she had come this far. Therefore, she had always been longing for and obsessed with the Daozi that had yet to appear but would eventually appear. Therefore, after confirming that Jiang Wang was the Daozi, she didn't hesitate to risk her life for him. As the Holy Maiden of the White Bone Path, she also knew very well that the awakened Daozi was the true Daozi. His life before this was a mystery in the womb, an illusion in the mortal world. This was why she had prepared 3 choices for Jiang Wang to quickly complete his awakening. However, she couldn't explain why she had hesitated for so long. So much so that time passed bit by bit. In the past, she couldn't believe it at all. She had grown up killing ferocious beasts and believed in the White Bone God from the moment she was conscious. She actually had such hesitation. However, the wonderful irony was that while she was still hesitating, the Daozi had already awakened. Perhaps the White Bone God didn't trust his believers, or perhaps something unexpected had happened. The time wasn't the same as the oracle, but the Daozi had indeed awakened. As the current Holy Maiden of the White Bone Path, her fateful sense of intimacy wouldn't deceive her. At this moment, somewhere, the White Bone Daozi had already awakened. The only thing she could be sure of was that the White Bone Daozi's reincarnation wasn't Jiang Wang. It wasn't Jiang Wang. Miaoyu couldn't tell whether she was relieved or regretful. P.S. The first 300,000 words are for the present. Every chapter will be a climax until the end of the volume. I will do my best and write the best I can. The average subscription is only 60, so I still hope that everyone can subscribe. Even if you want to keep books, you should first set up an automatic subscription. After all, only by subscribing would it be considered keeping books. Chapter 128. Outside the bedroom, the sun was shining brightly. Wang Zhangji walked past the collapsed door and into the courtyard. He walked past the orange cat's corpse. Xiaoju had a pair of brown eyes. At this moment it was staring at the sky without moving. He pushed open the door and walked out of the small courtyard. It had been a long time since he left the courtyard in broad daylight when there were so many people. The more people there were, the more uncomfortable this world made him feel. Nothing was different. He raised his head and looked at the bright sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly. What a disgrace! A well-built old man walked towards him and asked directly, "Is Zhang Xiang in your courtyard?" He naturally remembered that this person was called Wang Lianshan. He was the current head of the Wang clan and his father. Wang Zhangji looked at this person and did not speak. "Trash. I'm asking you a question." The old man felt that his dignity was being challenged. He raised his hand and wanted to slap him. Just as he raised his hand, Wang Zhangji's hand was already pressing on his head. Wang Lianshan was rooted to the ground. However, his hair and flesh suddenly had a flowing characteristic. They flowed from his body and gathered into a pool beside him. Such a well-built old man, a heavenly cycle realm cultivator, was instantly left with a skeleton standing on the ground. Pa, pa, The skeleton also fell apart. Someone saw this scene from afar and shouted in horror, "The clan head is dead! The clan head is dead! Wang Zhangji killed the clan head!" What? How can this be? Damn it! Where are the clan guards? Invite the consecrators over. The peace of the Wang clan was broken. They fell into chaos and panic. Some people were already holding weapons and slowly surrounding Wang Zhangji. There were also angry juniors who took the lead and rushed towards Wang Zhangji with wooden sticks. This world was very noisy and chaotic. Wang Zhangji watched everything that was happening in front of him. He was still very calm. He took a step forward and walked against the flow of people. He spoke, but his voice did not fluctuate. He did not care if others could hear him. "Let me bring you justice. In the 14th year of Yongtai, one of the 3 major surnames in Qinghe County's Maplewood City, the Wang clan was exterminated. Maplewood City was located in the southeast of Zhuang Country. As the capital city, Xian was located in the middle of the Zhuang Country. Almost at the same time as the cultivator from the Flying Coming Peak killed himself, a candle in a secret room within the arrest department's headquarters in Xian and city extinguished by itself. It was a candle that had fused with the host's life soul. If the host dies, the soul flame will be extinguished. The cultivator on duty immediately stood up and made a series of hand seals to undo the formation seal. Then, he looked at the bronze mirror where the soul fire was located. The surface of the mirror rippled, but in the end there was no response. Without the slightest hesitation, the cultivator immediately turned around and struck the small bell suspended in the middle of the secret room with his mallet. Clang! The sound of the bell reverberated, and the message was immediately transmitted to the ancestral hall, but the sound did not leave the secret chamber. Flying Mountain was under attack. At this moment, a sacrificial ceremony for the founding ancestor of Zhuang Country was being held in the ancestral hall. King Zhuang Gaoxian had been cultivating in the palace for the past few years, not bothering with matters for a long time. The one presiding over the ceremony was State Minister Du Ruhui, an old man who was over 100 years old. His face was old, but his hair was jet black. After receiving the message, he did not even take off his ceremonial robes. He only casually took off his ceremonial hat. With a single step, the mountains and rivers turned, and he was already thousands of miles away. Apart from the fluctuations in space, nothing was left behind. This was the divine ability of so close, yet worlds apart. This kind of scene had been seen many times, but the officials present were still excited. However, due to the occasion of the ceremony, they did not dare to make a sound. This was the stabilizing force of Zhuang Country. Ever since State Minister Du Ruhui came to power, he relied on the rare divine ability of so close, yet worlds apart to suppress all directions. The internal regions were unstable, and the external regions were bullied by the strong neighbors. He was almost the spiritual pillar of Zhuang Country's citizens. He had already lost count of how many times Du Ruhui had left halfway through the matter. There was no other reason. It was just that Zhuang Country was too weak and needed him too much. After Du Ruhui left, the officials of the Ministry of Rites came forward to pick up the ceremonial hat and continue the ceremony. The most important matter of the country was worship and war. The state minister in charge of the ceremony had left, but the ceremony could not be stopped. Du Ruhui took a step forward, but he did not appear inside Flying Mountain. That was because a powerful force was shaking the space and cutting off his path. He could only appear outside Flying Mountain. The battle on Flying Mountain was clearly reflected in his eyes, but he could not take another step forward. Du Ruhui looked up and saw the stone archway in the sky. He recognized that it was the illusory image of the gates of hell. Only the gates of hell, which connected the two realms of Yin and Yang, could lock down the space here and restrict his so close, yet worlds apart. This was a premeditated ambush. Vertical Brush Peak had been cleared, and Alioth Peak had fallen. Flying Mountain was his most likely landing spot. Under the urgent circumstances, it might be his only landing spot. In the northwest, black smoke rose and condensed into a giant ghost wielding a blade. Roar! Roar! The roars were endless. In the southeast, northeast, southwest, north, south, west, and east, a giant ghost appeared in every direction. They were either baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, or wrapped in chains. All of them were fierce and powerful, as if they were supporting the illusory image of the gates of hell in the sky. They made that mythical archway seem real. Chien Ghost, Ken Ghost, Gen Ghost, Zhen Ghost, Sun Ghost, Li Ghost, Kuan Ghost, Dui Ghost, 8 Ghosts Dragon Lock Formation. Du Ruhui was suddenly trapped in the formation, but he did not panic. He only looked down at his feet in midair and asked with a frown, "Old Ghost Ouyang, is Sky Tower also involved? Yi Lingxiao did not hurt you, but only put on a show with you?" Without waiting for the other to answer, he said, "Impossible. This kind of trick can't fool me. Yi Lingxiao would not break through early to cooperate with you. You can't give him that kind of benefit. We haven't seen each other for dozens of years, and you are still so confident." Wisps of black smoke seemed to rise from the depths of the ground and condensed into a giant skull under Du Ruhui's feet. The black smoke skull opened and closed its mouth, cackling strangely. "You are indeed not easy to fool, so this old man and Yi Lingxiao really did fight, and I was seriously injured. However, this old man had used a substitute puppet before leaving, so my injuries were all on the substitute puppet. Otherwise, no matter how strong that kid's surname Ji was, how could he have the chance to hurt me? So it's a legendary treasure like the substitute puppet." Du Ruhui did not mind being called a kid. In terms of age, the other party was indeed much older than him. He nodded and said, "No wonder. Do you think I don't know that you have a spy in my sect? Although the substitute puppet is precious, it can disrupt Yi Lingxiao's seclusion and delay his breakthrough, and it can also make you lower your guard. What's not worth it?" The White Bone Sect's great elder, Ouyang Lai, laughed strangely and seemed to be very proud. "Now you kids know my methods." He indeed had the right to be proud. Among the surrounding countries, Yi Lingxiao was a Tianjiao figure, and Du Ruhui was known for his foresight, wisdom, and strength. They had always been the ones to make others suffer, and it seemed that only Ouyang Lai had made both of them suffer at the same time. The flying peak was about to be overturned, and he himself was trapped in an evil formation that others could take advantage of. The entire Three-Mountain region, and even Qinghe County, was in a precarious situation that would affect the entire Zhuang country. Du Ruhui chuckled softly. "Since Yi Lingxiao did not cooperate with you, what do I have to fear? You're just a dying old man, a skeleton in a grave. Even if you have the illusion of the gates of hell, and the 8 Ghosts Dragon Lock Formation, what can you do to me?" "Ha ha ha ha!" Ouyang Lai laughed too. "I don't need to kill you. Let's see if we can keep the flying coming peak." Du Ruhui stopped laughing. "I don't believe that you're going through so much trouble just for the flying peak." The giant black skull made a strange sound and said, "Then why don't you guess why I'm doing this?" "I'm not guessing," Du Ruhui replied indifferently. He spread out his hands, and his black hair danced in the wind. "Let me ask you." Black light exploded, and the 8 ghosts came together. Chapter 129. After some time, Jiang Wang stood up. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pacify his Tao Meridian's true spirit. He was even more helpless about the black candle of unknown origin. The uneasiness in his heart could not be erased, but on the other hand, Dong A's promise supported him. Although Zhuang country was a small country in the world, the power of the country's machinery could not be underestimated. Once they dealt with it seriously, an evil sect like the White Bone Path, that had been silent for hundreds of years, should not be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, when the Zhuang kingdom was first established, it fought a fierce battle with the Yong kingdom and won. After so many years, the country's fate was still stable despite Yong's hostility. Its strength should not be underestimated. Even if a disaster is about to befall us. Din Dong and City Lord Wei are both powerful cultivators. The head of Qinghe Prefecture, Ji Xian, is nearby, and Qingjiang is not far away. After hundreds of years of alliance, the Lord of Qingjiang will not sit by and watch as Zhuang country is wiped out. Also, White Lotus said last time at Yuhing Peak that Zhuang country has a powerful cultivator with imminent skyline. If something happens to Maplewood City, he will be able to arrive in an instant. There are also the neighboring Wangjiang City and Sanshan City. Yes, City Lord Dou Yume has the mountain-moving divine art and is extremely powerful. She will not sit by and watch when a neighboring city is in danger. Jiang Wang analyzed rationally and sorted out all the favorable factors. From the conclusion, he was most likely worrying for nothing. However, the uneasiness was stubborn and could not be broken free. He decided to ignore it and continued walking out of the courtyard. After chatting with Ru Cheng for a while, he would buy some delicious food for an and go home, he thought. Then, he saw Tang Dun at the entrance of the monastery. Tang Dun! Jiang Wang shouted. At that time, Tang Dun was wearing a short jacket and cotton pants and was staring at the jade lion. He was startled when he heard the sound and turned around for a long time before he saw Jiang Wang. Teacher Jiang, he greeted. Jiang Wang had said many times that he did not need to call him teacher. He admitted that he did not have the qualifications to be a teacher. However, Tang Dun was very stubborn on this point. It didn't matter how he addressed her in private, but if an instructor heard him calling her that near the Tao Academy's gates, he would be laughed at. If that instructor happened to be Xiao Tianmian, Jiang Wang swore that he would never copy Taoist scriptures again. What are you doing here? Jiang Wang asked hurriedly. Tang Dun smiled innocently. I'm coming here to cultivate next year. I'm just here to take a look. Perhaps he was too embarrassed to say this himself, so he subconsciously brought out the word me again. How do you know you'll pass the exam next year? Jiang Wang teased him on purpose. Why not? Tang Dun said anxiously. Mister, you're the most powerful person here. That chief. If I learn from you, how can I not pass the exam? Fortunately, it was freezing cold and no one was outside the gate of the Tao Academy to look at the jade lion. Otherwise, Jiang Wang would have stuffed his mouth shut. There were so many senior brothers in the Tao College. How could he, a new inner sect disciple who had transcended for less than a year, claim to be the most powerful? If word of this got out, there would be no shortage of disputes. However, Tang Dun was serious and did not look like he was joking at all. All right. Stop looking. Come back with me, Jiang Wang said perfunctorily. Of course, he also knew that with Tang Dun's current strength, he was basically guaranteed to pass the outer sect exam. It was not impossible for him to enter the inner sect at the end of next year. This man had a solid foundation and was willing to endure hardship. He would never discount the cultivation that Jiang Wang instructed him to do. Mister, what do you want to eat today? I'll go to the market to buy some. Tang Dun was very attentive on the way. Ann's favorite restaurant, Cinnamon House, was not far from the gate of the Tao Academy. Jiang Wang bought a few pastries and said, You don't have to cook today. When An finishes school, we'll find a good restaurant and have a luxurious meal. Tang Dun was a little disappointed that he did not have to cook. That's a waste of money. Jiang Wang laughed. You'll become a cultivator in the future and possess extraordinary strength. Transcendence had transcended the mortal world. You can't fall into the trap of money. Transcendents also need to eat, Tang Dun muttered indignantly. Honest people had their stubbornness, but he did not know that once a cultivator reached a certain realm, they really did not need to eat. Even Jiang Wang, who was only a cultivator in the heavenly cycle realm, did not have much need for food. Once the minor heavenly cycle was completed, his Tao essence would grow and multiply endlessly, enough to support the needs of his physical body. The reason why he still ate 3 meals a day was mainly to satisfy his appetite. It was also a habit that had formed over the years. Why do you want to cultivate? Jiang Wang thought about how Tang Dun would enter the Tao Academy next year. As a teacher in name, he asked. Tang Dun said honestly, I originally became a constable because I wanted to ensure everyone's safety. I didn't want to do anything else. I don't know how to do it either. I just know how to do it both ways. But Nyo, I know I can't do anything about Nyo. I can only catch the thieves in town. I can't even ensure everyone's safety. He said, when I'm as powerful as Mr. Jiang, I'll go back to town and be a constable. Cultivation was not a noble thing. It was just a neutral word that represented the process of cultivators exploring their own limit. Some people cultivated to become stronger, while others cultivated to show their divinity in front of others and to be superior to others. Some people cultivated because of hatred, greed, and demand. There were also people who truly had ideals. These were all things that humans had. In terms of the nature of desire, there was no difference between high and low. In the beginning, ideals were a word that was above everything else. But at some point, it had been reduced to being mocked by the former. It was almost equal to hypocrisy and was associated with fantasy. But this was not a problem of ideals. It was just that ideals were often used as a cloak for the former. They were worn out, so they were discarded. Jiang Wang was silent for a while and did not say anything. He only ordered, go to the Tao Academy's dormitory and call Ling He. I didn't think about it just now. Since we're going to a restaurant, let's call everyone together. It'll be lively before the new year. Okay. Tang Dun had something to do, so he was very active. He lifted his feet and ran toward the Tao Academy. Jiang Wang turned around and prepared to call Zhao Ruqing. At this moment, he felt the sky shake violently. Crack! Behind him, a huge fissure opened up in the ground. At the bottom of the crack was surging hot magma. The pedestrians on the street screamed in panic. Those who fell had no time to save themselves, and those who fled in panic. Jiang Wang suddenly turned around and saw Tang Dun's limbs flailing as he fell. He turned into a purple aura and swept past, already surpassing Tang Dun's figure. With the buffer of 2 breaths, he stabbed his sword into the rock wall and shook out a rattan snake to hang Tang Dun before he was swallowed by the magma. Boom! Rumble! The 2 of them were in the crack and could not see the situation outside, but they knew very well that more and more cracks were spreading. Tang Dun was hanging on the magma river and immediately shouted. His voice was covered by the rumbling of the crack, but Jiang Wang could see his mouth. He was shouting, Senior Sister Anan. The 2 of them were learning martial arts under Jiang Wang's guidance. Anan made a fuss about being his senior sister, and Tang Dun listened to her. Although this senior sister still needed him to send her to and from school. At this moment there was a sudden change. He asked Jiang Wang to give up on him and save Anan. In fact, this was Jiang Wang's decision. Tang Dun was just trying not to make him feel guilty. If there was only one crack, Jiang Wang could still protect Tang Dun. However, since this disaster had spread to the entire city, he could only think of Jiang An first. Jiang Wang used the force of his hand to throw Tang Dun out of the crack. He did not care about him anymore and used the momentum to rush out. He turned into a ray of white light and instantly traversed the entire city, crashing into illustrious Virtue Hall. This was the secret technique he had learned from Black Candle, the White Bone Escape technique. He used his lifespan to please the White Bone God and temporarily traversed between Yin and Yang. In the 14th year of Zhuang Li's Yongtai era, Qinghe County's Maplewood City. The earth dragon turned over and the earth cracked. There were countless deaths and injuries. It was a tragic scene. Chapter 130. The ground was cracking open, and huge cracks were like the mouths of evil beasts, swallowing the people who were caught off guard. And those people would be digested by the magma. The pedestrians ran and cried, but it was to no avail. In fact, this scene didn't just happen in Maplewood City. It happened in the entire Maplewood City. It happened in almost every town and village. Such a large-scale and terrifying crack in the ground, but the officials didn't notice it beforehand. This also caused the most tragic casualties in the entire Maplewood City since the founding of the Zhuang country. Before the first crack appeared, Wei Qiuji had already reacted in the city lord's mansion. He quickly determined that this was a disaster that would spread throughout the entire Maplewood City. Wei Qiuji stood in the city lord's mansion and glanced in the direction of the city guard army's encampment. His son was there, but it was only a glance. Then, he swept up a hurricane and stood in the sky above Maplewood City. This was his choice. He determined that an earthly disaster of this level was definitely man-made. If he could find the source of this disaster in time, he might be able to salvage something. He was in the air and rushed higher. He wanted to guide the hurricane higher up to help him expand his perception to the limit. However, at this moment, he saw a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes with only the whites of the eyes. He. No one in the entire Maplewood City can escape. A fist descended from the sky and blasted him down from the sky. Boom. Wei Qiuji was blasted into the crack in the ground. Moreover, this person was extremely skilled in speaking. As soon as he spoke, he characterized Wei Qiuji's flight as an escape. The entire Maplewood City's large-scale rescue operation almost collapsed in an instant. Even the city lord had chosen to escape. How could ordinary cultivators still have the will to fight? At this moment, Wei Qiuji couldn't care less. The violent hurricane pushed the magma away, and he rode the wind. He said with shock, "Where is Dong Ah? How can there be an outer building cultivator? 6th grade soaring dragon, 5th grade inner mansion, and 4th grade outer building." After opening the heaven and earth door, each realm was a world of its own. The inner mansion realm was already the limit of exploring the physical body, and there were even powerhouses who had obtained divine abilities. At the outer building realm, the 4 sacred spirits built tall buildings. The outer building realm guided the power of the stars and built the 4 sacred buildings. Starlight was guided to the outer realm. Its power was boundless. Therefore, even someone as strong as Wei Qiuji, who was also an expert in the inner mansion realm, was blasted down from the sky with a single punch. However, there was no response. There was only a cacophony of howls and cries of pain that poured into his ears. The city was wailing. A fissure suddenly appeared on the ground. A portion of people instantly fell down and were swallowed up by the lava. The remaining people fell into a great panic. With Tang Dun's strength, it was almost impossible for him to survive an earthly calamity of this level. In particular, Jiang Wang had a strong premonition that the Earth disaster was just the beginning, but he had no other choice. The white bone escape art was the only way for Jiang Wang to surpass his own speed limit and reach Jiang Ainan's side as soon as possible. He couldn't care less about the safety of the city or sacrificing his lifespan. Since he was alone, he could only take care of Jiang Ainan. In this city, he had a lot of sentimental attachment. There were friends, schoolmates, brothers, teachers. There were the delicacies he loved to eat, the scenery he loved to see, the wine he loved to drink. This city had Ling He and Zhao Ruqing. He could risk his life for any one of them. There was no doubt about it. But if he could only risk his life once, he could only give it to his sister. He couldn't even think about himself. It could only be Jiang Ainan. When Jiang Wang appeared in the illustrious Virtue Hall, The children were running and crying. "Children!" cried the old teacher. "Come behind me! Come behind me!" But he didn't know what would be the use of going behind him. He only instinctively thought that as a teacher, he should block the danger. In reality, he was old and had no combat strength. Any young man could easily defeat him. He couldn't save anyone. He couldn't protect anyone. Jiang Wang appeared from the white light. He immediately saw Jiang Ainan's frightened face in the school. "Young man!" The old teacher recognized Jiang Wang and shouted, "Save the children! Save the children!" Blood vessels had already seeped into his eyes, and at this moment they were filled with tears of guilt. But Jiang Wang had no choice. He could only hug Jiang Ainan and the other little girl that Jiang Ainan was holding. Then, he turned into white light again and rushed out of the city. He didn't dare to stop. He couldn't stop. He couldn't stop. His strength was only established in the heavenly cycle realm. In the face of such a disaster, he was completely powerless. The white light passed through Maplewood City in an instant. It passed through the towns and villages he was familiar with and rushed out of Maplewood City. When the white light disappeared, Jiang Wang landed. There were only two frightened little girls beside him. Jiang Ainan and her friend, Song Qingji. This was the limit of his ability. They were currently in the northeast of Shishan Mountain. They were close to the Chichang mountain range behind them. Looking back, the entire Maplewood City region was covered in mist. Jiang Wang recognized it. It was the same fog they saw in Shaolin Town. The fog that covered the world and the netherworld. Back then, when this fog shrouded the entire little forest town, not even a chicken or dog survived. Now that it affected the entire Maplewood City, what was the outcome? He didn't dare to imagine. Jiang Ainan suddenly burst into tears. She hugged Jiang Wang and said, "Brother, your hair." Jiang Wang broke his Taoist bun and let his long hair fall. Only then did he realize that his hair had unknowingly turned white. Carrying the two children, he crossed the entire Maplewood City in an instant. This speed was far beyond his own limit, and the price was his lifespan turning white. It was only now that Jiang Wang woke up from the great grief. He felt unprecedentedly weak and powerless. He had never experienced it before. He didn't know what it was like to age. When he was young, he could stay awake all night to study, cultivate, and be carefree. He had endless energy. When he got older, his eyelids felt heavy when the moonlight came out. Life had different faces at different times. "I dyed it on purpose. Does it look good?" Jiang Wang stroked Ainan's little head and tried to make himself sound natural. But as soon as the words left his mouth, even he was shocked. Was that weak and feeble voice really his, Jiang Wang's, voice? Was it really that 17-year-old young man? "It looks good." Ainan nodded vigorously. Just now, she experienced a drastic change in the world. She experienced an unprecedented disaster. In boundless fear, she experienced the rescue of her brother, who was like a god descending from heaven. She experienced the separation from her classmates in school without enough time to say goodbye. The young her didn't know that it was an eternity between life and death. She also experienced the change of her brother's sudden aging. She couldn't see anything clearly in the direction of the head home. Only the annoying fog covered the path and slowly covered everything. After all, she was only 5 years old. She couldn't understand what all this meant. She just wanted to try not to make her brother too sad. "It looks good." She grabbed the corner of her brother's clothes and said. At this moment, Jiang Wang had an unprecedented weakness in his heart. He slowly squatted down, hugged his sister, and pressed his forehead against hers. He couldn't speak. Chapter 131. The Land of the Zhang Family. The earth fissure extended here, and from time to time, people were swallowed by the earth fissure. The Zhang family members cried and fled, and those consecrated cultivators couldn't even take care of themselves. Houses collapsed, and relatives and friends were separated. All he could see was a tragic scene. All he could hear were sorrowful cries. Zhang Linchuan walked slowly in this chaos. He covered his nose with a handkerchief to avoid the smoke and dust. Such a terrible disaster seemed to have no effect on him. This scene was like hell on earth. This world was dangerous, chaotic, and dirty. And he was spotless. He was cut off from everything in front of him. He quickened his pace slightly. Linchuan. Save me, save father. He passed by his house and happened to see his father waving his hand in panic. One of his shoes had fallen off, and he was limping out. His usual calmness was gone, and he was so frightened that snot and tears flowed down his face. No one in the mansion cared about the dignity of the family master and fled. A fissure split the Zhang family's house into two halves. His mother cried on the other side of the fissure, "Linchuan, run! Don't worry about us, run!" Zhang Linchuan just glanced at them indifferently and continued to walk forward. He passed by the door. Whether it was a cry for help or concern, it seemed to have nothing to do with him. Outside the arrest department of Maplewood City, only half of a head was exposed behind the statue of Swanee. It was Huang Azan. Before the earth fissure that spread throughout the city area happened. He had been lurking here, or rather, he had been observing the environment for several days. Today was the day that Fong Helling came to the arrest department to be interrogated, and Xiao Tianmian would accompany him as usual. At this time, it was almost over. Huang Azan had calculated this time many times, so there was no mistake. And what he had to do was very simple: launch the most decisive attack at the most appropriate angle. Finally, cover Xiao Tianmian's head and beat him up to take revenge for the old grudge. He was the only one who thought it was very simple. In fact, after so many fights with Xiao Tianmian, it couldn't be said that there was a blood feud. This was more like a game between a teacher and a student. If he was lucky enough to succeed, Xiao Tianmian might not do anything to him. But the price of failure was to be naked. Huang Azan believed that he was a brave and unyielding hero in the face of evil forces, while Xiao Tianmian deserved to be called an evil force. No matter what, he had to get his revenge. He had tried many times and failed many times, but he, Huang Azan, was undaunted. According to the analysis of the art of war, Xiao Taimian would never have imagined that someone would attack him at the entrance of the arrest department. This was called taking the enemy by surprise. He had prepared for so long and made all kinds of plans. This was called biding one's time for exhaustion, and scheming against the unsuspecting. In terms of the art of war, he had won. In short, everything was ready. Then, the earthly calamity had arrived. It was beyond his imagination, and there was no plan to deal with such a situation. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should stick to his ambush position or run away quickly. The ground cracked open, and the entire building of the criminal division collapsed behind him. Then, he saw the cultivators of the arrest department rush out like a swarm of bees and quickly scatter in all directions. Those who are proficient in earth element Dao techniques, do your best to mend the crack. The fastest team will follow me to the North City. There are the most people there. Deacon Dan Cha leaped to a high place and loudly commanded the disaster relief. With that, he led the way to the North City. At this time, a cultivator of the criminal division rushed over and reported while panting, "Boss, the Zhao family. Zhao your mother, the Zhao family." Dan Cha slapped him. "Go save them first." At the same time that the cultivators of the criminal division scattered to provide disaster relief, Xiao Taimian also shot out with Fong Helling. He saw Huang Azhan's dazed appearance at a glance. He immediately scolded, "What are you spacing out for? Go help save them." At this time, he still didn't know the extent and scope of this disaster, but he only held the idea that cultivators should resist the disaster for ordinary people. This was the idea that he had always instilled in his students as an instructor, and also what he insisted on. As he spoke, he let go of Fong Helling and commanded, "I'm going back to the Tao Academy to organize the students to provide disaster relief. Huang Ozhen, go to the North City. Fong Helling, go to the South City. Cooperate with the Criminal Division and the City Guard to save people. Hurry!" Huang Ozhen was stunned. In this situation, he naturally didn't mention the matter of revenge and turned to help save people. However, Fong Helling said, "There's no need." Xiao Taimian frowned and turned back, only to feel a pain in his chest. A blazing blade of flame directly pierced his heart. This was an instant cast Tao technique that Fong Helling had engraved after stepping into the heavenly cycle realm. Back then, he had been a step slower in releasing this Tao technique, which had led to him being defeated by Jiang Wang with a single strike in front of everyone. Fong Helling let go of the blade of flame and smiled, as if relieved of a heavy burden. "The day I've been waiting for has finally arrived. You actually have a problem." Xiao Taimian furiously reached out with his palm, but Fong Helling had already retreated far away. His palm struck empty air, and the half-formed Tao technique also dissipated. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. The suspicion on Fong Helling had never been cleared, but he had always been as stable as a mountain. Dong A didn't touch him to avoid alerting the enemy. The Criminal Division couldn't touch him because there was insufficient evidence, and the Tao Academy protected him. The White Bone Path used him to deliberately confuse them. Xiao Taimian was completely unaware of this shady business. He was only protecting him as an instructor and even saving him at the critical juncture of the Earth calamity. This was a matter of course for him, and because of the disparity in information, he didn't guard against Fong Helling from beginning to end. He didn't expect to lose his life because of this. He was 41 years old. Huang Ozhen's eyelids kept twitching as he watched this scene. He really hated Xiao Taimian. He was the strictest instructor in the entire Tao Academy. There wasn't a single student who didn't hate him. It was just that they didn't dare to openly oppose him. Yes, he wanted to beat Xiao Taimian up. He wanted to beat him until his face was swollen and he couldn't get out of bed. The more he beat him, the better. But to kill him? Huang Ozhen never thought of that. Xiao Taimian was very annoying, but he was also the most serious and responsible instructor. No matter who, no matter what time, no matter what doubts they had, he would answer them without any perfunctory questions. Although he might scold you for being stupid, hit you with a ruler, hit you on the head, or even hang you up for public display. But Xiao Taimian never had any bad intentions. He really did it for the good of the students. No matter how much he didn't like his teaching method, he couldn't deny his good intentions. And he suddenly died just like that. When he was about to return to the Tao Academy to gather students for disaster relief, he was killed by another student that he personally saved. What kind of world was this? Tiger is right. You're really an annoying person. Huang Ozhen looked at Fong Helling and threw out 2 fireballs. Then, he followed closely behind Fong Helling and charged forward. "Who are you?" Fong Helling replied coldly. He reached out and formed a flaming saber, slashing forward. The 2 fireballs instantly intersected and exploded before Fong Helling could get close. Huang Ozhen raised his flaming saber and descended from the sky amidst the sparks. Fong Helling faced him with his saber. Because of the support of Tao energy, the 2 flaming sabers clashed and actually made a clanging sound. In a hurry, Fong Helling was forced back half a step. Huang Ozhen kicked him and sent him flying dozens of feet. He landed on a crack in the ground. The bricks were already shattered and the street was sinking. Fong Helling grabbed onto the ground and used the force to pull himself up. Once again, he faced Huang Ozhen. He was shocked. Among Jiang Wang's group of people, he cared about Jiang Wang the most and was most afraid of the hot-tempered Du Yehu. But to Huang Azan, although he was a senior brother of the previous batch, he had never thought highly of him. What was there to attach importance to a guy who was always smiling mischievously, who was either bootlicking or seeking death brainlessly? But he didn't expect that under his attack, he was almost powerless to fight back. Huang Azan held the flaming saber and faced Fong Helling across the crack in the ground. At this moment they suddenly heard an ethereal voice. That voice was like a song and a chant. Even amidst the rumbling of the ground and the earth-shattering cries, it still spread clearly throughout the entire city. Heaven and earth are heartless. The king's kindness is unrequited. The kindness of one's teacher has turned into enmity. Chapter 132. Impermanence of the 5 relationships, destruction of the 7 emotions. Stepping on my door of life and death, wearing my black and white scarf. As the voice grew louder, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the second elder of the White Bone Path, Lu Yen. His clothes, his figure, everything about him was ignored. Only his eyes, which had only the whites of his eyes, became brighter and brighter. Kill my old intentions, send my people to the afterlife. Cultivators who had reached a certain level of cultivation could sense that all the souls of those who had died in Maplewood City, including the negative emotions, the fear before death, and the resentment in the face of death, were faintly gathering in one place. Everyone who saw this understood what was going on. The Earth disaster was just the beginning. The whistling sound faintly resembled a distant whistling sound. People saw Wei Qiji rise from the ground and directly face the 4th stage outer building expert. A roaring hurricane surrounded him, and the distant whistling sound also appeared at this time. It was the blade-like astral wind that fell rapidly from a high place. The warm wind filled the world, but the astral wind was only in the sky. In the previous exchange, Lu Yen had injured Wei Qiji with a single punch, but Wei Qiji had left behind a backup plan. The astral wind that had been drawn to the ground was the key to victory. In Maplewood City, why wouldn't he, Wei Qiji, give it a try? Huang Azan couldn't care less about the battle in the sky. He took a step back and jumped over the fissure, slashing at Fong Helling with his flaming saber. Senior Marshal Brother Huang, Maplewood City is finished. It's better to abandon the darkness and join the light. Fong Helling blocked with his saber. At this time, he remembered that Huang Azan was his senior martial brother and wanted to communicate with him. Both of them specialized in fire elemental Taoist technique. The fire elemental qi was agitated, causing the lava in the fissure to stir. Huang Azan became angrier and angrier. He cursed while fighting, "What light? You stupid chicken feather!" This was the derogatory nickname he had for Fong Helling in private. He had never said it in front of him. Fong Helling immediately exploded. He scattered his flaming saber and rubbed his hands together. The 1,000-feather arrow volley, which had been passed down in his family, attacked. Bang! A flame bullet exploded in the center of the arrows. The scattered waves of flame pushed the arrows to the side. This precise control was achieved with Li Jianqiu's guidance. Huang Azan was pierced through right in the middle of the arrows. The flame saber in his hand flew out, and as he finished his Dao seals, the flame bullets fell like rain in a split second. Li Jianqiu had said that Huang Azan's path was similar to Shen Nanqi's. Shen Nanqi was famous for his golden light arrows, and he was an expert in the study of flame bullets, so his power was also extraordinary. Fong Helling did not expect that the 1,000-feather arrow, which he had been in contact with since he was a child and regarded as his trump card, would be broken so easily. His vision was already filled by the overwhelming fireballs. Boom! Bang 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 bang! 3 earthen walls appeared in front of Fong Helling, and the fireballs bombarded the earthen walls. With this obstruction, Fong Helling fled in a sorry state. Huang Azan, who thought that victory was already decided, was smashed to the ground by a fist that suddenly appeared. A deep hole appeared on the ground. After Huang Azan fell, he was buried, leaving only his head exposed. Father? Consecratorly? Fong Helling looked at the two people who appeared here in surprise. One was his father, who was under house arrest in the ancestral hall, and the other was Consecratorly, who often accompanied him to practice Tao techniques when he was in the pulse-wandering realm. But now, his father appeared here. Consecratorly saved his life, and even subdued Huang Azan. Although there were elements of a sneak attack, with such strength, how could he only be in the pulse-wandering realm? Then how did he succeed in seizing power? Fong Helling realized that he did not really understand his father at all. Don't talk so much nonsense. Fong Zihu panted and said, now that the situation has become like this, we have to quickly leave with your Uncle Li. We can't take the things in Maplewood City anymore. The business in the Yun Nation is not over yet. Let's go to the Yun Nation to get the money and leave. Fong Helling was about to speak when he suddenly heard Huang Azan shout, Senior Brother Zhang. Senior Brother Zhang. You came at the right time. Don't worry about me, quickly kill Fong Helling and the others. They are in cahoots with those demons, and he even killed Instructor Xiao. Fong Zihu and his son turned their heads in horror and saw Zhang Linchuan walking slowly towards them. The Zhang clan's land was very close to the criminal arrest department. Not long after he left the clan's land, he arrived here. Consecratorly did not say a word and stood in front of Fong Zihu and his son. Fong Helling shouted, Senior Brother Zhang. Listen to me. Maplewood City is finished, and Qinghe County cannot be saved. The entire Zhuang country will be destroyed in a few days. Why do a genius like you have to tie yourself to a sinking ship? You have also seen the strength of the White Bone sect. The real experts have not appeared yet, but Wei Qiji is already being suppressed. Dong Azan does not even dare to show his head. I have connections with the higher-ups of the White Bone sect, and I can recommend you. With your strength and talent, you don't have to worry about not having a good position. Huang Azan's Tao energy was sealed, and his body was restrained. He could only move his head, but he was not to be outdone. Bah! Senior Brother Zhang Linchuan is so wise and powerful. How can he be bewitched by you? Zhang Linchuan quietly listened to them and then asked, Where is Director Dong? Both sides were stunned. Forget it. Zhang Linchuan turned around impatiently. Don't worry about me. You can continue. Let's go. Fong Zihu pulled Fong Helling. He acquiesced to Fong Helling's seizure of power and hid behind him, ready to cover for his son at any time. However, he did not expect the White Bone sect to play so big. Not only did the Fong family disappear in an instant, but the entire Maplewood City was gone. Consecratorly was his sworn brother and was loyal to him. He could have escaped with him. However, the first person he thought of was his son. The reason he took the risk to come here was to escape with Fong Helling. When he saw Zhang Linchuan, he was already in despair. However, Zhang Linchuan left without a care, which reignited his hope. As long as he was alive, he could earn back his family business and money. If he did not leave now, when would he? However, Fong Helling shook off his father and condensed the flaming blade. He walked towards Huang Azan, who was trapped underground. After going through so many things, Fong Helling was no longer the child who cowered in front of his cousin. He had his own ideas and decisions. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you want to avenge Xiao Tiemian? He strode in front of Huang Azan and raised the flaming blade high. Huang Azan did not look at him. Instead, he looked at Zhang Linchuan's back as he walked away. He did not know why, but at the last moment, he thought of a witty remark. If King flattered you. You really don't care about me. Swish. The flaming blade slashed and dissipated. A head rolled down. In the air, there seemed to be the smell of burning flesh and blood. Huang Azan died in battle. He was 20 years old. Boom! A figure fell from the sky with a loud crash. He hit the center of the city lord's mansion. An inner mansion realm cultivator, who had not explored the seed of supernatural power, was facing an expert at the peak of the fourth-class outer building realm. How long could he resist? Wei Qiuji gave the answer. A quarter of an hour. This was a quarter of an hour that almost burned his life. However, it only delayed the dead souls of the entire Maplewood City for a quarter of an hour. At this time, he did not know that the entire Maplewood City had been sealed by the formation. People could go in and out, but souls could only wander around the city. After a while, the formation would be completely closed, and no one would be able to get out. The White Bone Path had sent out all the masters, and no one in his city lord's mansion was idle. However, no one under him could interfere in a battle of this level. Dong Ah was nowhere to be seen. Wei Qiuji coughed up blood and slowly stood up from the ground. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. He was tough, self-centered, and arbitrary. It could be said that he was cold and even ruthless. However, this was his fief. This was his city. He was the lord of Maplewood City. He had to stand up and bear his responsibility. P.S. The Song of No Life of Bones sung by Lu Yen has no source. I wrote it casually. Chapter 133. Mount Tai County, Jiujiang City. The entire city was a huge hunting ground. Jiujiang City was the only city in the entire Zhuang country that had no official road. This was the hunting ground of the dire beasts, the largest dire beast nest. Jiujiang City, as well as the towns and villages below, were all military camp. There were no civilians in Jiujiang City. They were all soldiers. There were no official roads in this city, so there was no so-called safe place. However, wherever the soldiers were, there was a safe place. The path that the soldiers had walked was the path of safety. The dire beasts were not intelligent, but they were still killed. That was where the Jiujiang armor had been. Most of the soldiers in Jiujiang County were reserve soldiers. There were only 1,000 real Jiujiang armor soldiers. Du Yehu was one of them, and he was also a team leader. He was in charge of 5 people. Because of the shortage, there were only 3 of them. Of course, in the letter he wrote to his brothers, he called himself a captain. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time, so it was not a boast. In a certain military camp, Du Yehu, who was covered in blood, walked into the military tent. Hey, why did you come in covered in blood? Someone in the tent asked. It's nothing. It's all dire beast blood. Du Yehu casually wiped his face and said casually, Captain, it's the end of the year. I want to spend New Year's Eve with my family. Are you the one I'm worried about? I'm worried that you'll dirty my tent. The captain had a scar on his face. He cursed, but his hands were not slow. He casually made a few strokes and handed over a sign. You've never rested before. It's only right that you take a long vacation. Hey, that's not right. He asked casually. I remember that you're an orphan too? There were many homeless people in the Jiujiang armor. In the words of the mayor of Jiujiang, as long as there are parents at home, or if the parents are smart, they won't let their children come here to die. The Jiujiang armor never feared death, so this was not a sensitive comment. Look at what you're saying. Du Yehu said nonchalantly, I don't have parents, but I have brothers. They're all waiting for me at home. I'm looking forward to it. Have you studied? You're the only one who's studied. Du Yehu ducked and dodged the slap. He laughed and crawled out of the tent. Maplewood City, City Guard Army Station. At this moment, many soldiers were in the midst of training. Wei Yan immediately noticed that as the fissure expanded, fog formed between heaven and earth. He was all too familiar with this kind of fog. The events of Little Forest Town could never be erased from his memory. The scope of the disaster this time isn't limited to one city or one town, but the entire region. It may even affect the whole county. Wei Yin said to Zhao Lang. He had never doubted his own judgment. Thus, he immediately leaped onto the high platform, circulated his Dao origin, and shouted loudly, "All city guards, listen to my orders! Don't ask for anything, don't care about anything! Immediately withdraw your troops outside the city. The only one who can survive is..." Bang! F*CKU. A large foot kicked him off the stage. The general of the city guards, known as General Fong Big Beard, squeezed onto the stage and cursed. As the highest commander of Maplewood City's city guard, he didn't hesitate to change his order. "The situation is urgent, so I won't say anything else. All city guards, listen up." With Maplewood City as the center, they immediately spread out in small teams to search the entire city. You must find the source of the disaster in the shortest time possible. This is very dangerous, but I want you to use your lives to pay for it. Use your lives to save your hometown. Tell me, are you afraid? Boom. Rumble. Amidst the loud rumbling of the disaster, the voices of the humans were even louder than the fisher. No! 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 Big Beard Fong waved his hand. Let's go! The army dispersed. Wei Yin stared angrily. This is a meaningless sacrifice. Surnamed Fong, you're sending our brothers to their deaths for nothing. They're definitely going to die. Whether or not they're going to die for nothing, that's not certain. Big Beard Fong glanced at him disdainfully and chose a direction to set off. If you're afraid of death, then scram. Don't drag my soldiers. The entire city guard army encampment was emptied in the shortest possible time. Of the Maplewood City Guards, 1 major general, 2 deputy generals, and 5 deputy generals, other than Wei Yin and Zhao Lang who hadn't moved, the rest were all at the front. Everyone knew that there had to be a source for this sudden disaster. Everyone knew the danger of searching for the source of the disaster. In this situation, even if they ran for their lives, they might not be able to escape, let alone go in the opposite direction of the refugees and face the danger. No one was an idiot, but almost all the soldiers made the most stupid choice. They headed towards the most dangerous place. Wei Yin watched as the figures disappeared from his sight and didn't say a word. He turned back to look at Zhao Lang, but Zhao Lang just patted his shoulder and left without saying a word. He didn't understand. He wasn't someone who was afraid of death. But was this kind of meaningless sacrifice really necessary? It was the same kind of fog. Back then, when Little Forest Town was razed to the ground, even Wei Qiji couldn't do anything about it. Now that the scale had expanded to the entire Maplewood City, who could save it? Unless Zhuang Ting was prepared. But as a high-ranking member of the city guard, he knew there was no such action. Big Beard Fong, Zhao Lang, and the others understood this. But why did they still do such a stupid thing and drag the entire city guard down with them? Was it not the most important thing for a general to do in a desperate situation to preserve their strength? But this time, even Zhao Lang had left. No one could give him an answer. He stood alone in the empty city guard camp. Just like when he was 5 years old, he was left alone in the wilderness. That year, his mother died. To protect him, her corpse lay in front of him. His father, Wei Qiji, only glanced at him and then charged past him. Wei Qiji had accumulated a lot of merits, but he had left behind countless people behind him. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion that disturbed Wei Yan's emotions. A figure flew back at an extremely fast speed and fell onto the high platform, spitting out blood. It was Big Beard Fong, who had just left. Seeing this scene, Wei Yan instantly understood. The earthly calamity was only the first to strike in this calamity that covered the entire Maplewood City. The faction that had been lurking in the dark for many years. No, it could be directly deduced to be the White Bone Path. The White Bone Path was planning to assassinate the organizers of Maplewood City in an organized and premeditated manner. Their intention was obvious. They wanted to paralyze Maplewood City's ability to save itself. Big Beard Fong, a peak soaring dragon realm expert, was beaten to this state. How strong was the opponent? F***CKU. Big Beard Fong jumped up. Blood was still spurting out of his mouth, but he charged back without hesitation. Evil people die. 3 figures with zodiac bone masks on their faces and black robes appeared. They used various methods to surround Big Beard Fong. And their auras 3 peak soaring dragon realm experts. Rip. Golden light flashed like lightning. Wei Yin cut with his saber. The 3 black-robed figures instantly scattered. A cut corner of their robes fluttered down. Although it only cut the black robes, it scattered the 3 people's formation. You're courting death. One of the black-robed figures with a snake bone mask turned to Wei Yin. Judging from the voice, it was a woman. Her voice was sharp. With a big hand, countless filthy blood snakes gushed out of the palm to bite Wei Yin. Among the blood snakes, silver snakes suddenly appeared. They cruised in the fast snow like silver lightning and frost and cut the blood snake. The leading black-robed human face wearing a rat bone mask met Big Beard Fong, who had been seriously injured, and said, "Leave this to me. 11, you go to help Xier deal with him quickly." The man with the dog bone mask turned back without saying a word. From behind him, countless evil dogs' souls gushed out. Woof, woof, roar. Bearing fangs and brandishing claws, they tore to Wei Yin. A stone wall silently stopped in front of the man with the dog bone mask. It was Zhao Lang who heard the noise and rushed back immediately. At the moment when he landed, he finished making gestures. Suddenly the wind rose and the fire rose. The wind was blowing and the fire became a sea of fire. "Your opponent is me," Deputy General Zhao said. Chapter 134. In the empty city guard camp, a great battle suddenly broke out. On one side were the high-ranking officers of the city guard of Maplewood City. On the other side were the 12 bone faces of the White Bone sect. They fought in pairs. Beard Fong against the Rat Bone face. Wei Yin against the Snake Bone face. Zhao Lang against the Dog Bone face. A seriously injured peak soaring dragon realm, a young man who had just entered the soaring dragon realm, and a reaching heaven realm practitioner who had never been seen in the heaven and earth sect. Their opponents were 3 strong men at the peak of the soaring dragon realm. There was a great disparity in strength, and their chances of winning were slim, but no one retreated. Zhao Lang was the last to enter the battlefield, but he was the first to fight to the climax. He blocked the dog bone face with a stone wall and surrounded it with a sea of fire. Stone spikes protruded and vine snakes swam. He made hand gestures quickly, displaying the complicated and changeable Dao technique system. In the sea of fire, the evil dog's soul pounced. Above the stone wall, the dog bone face descended from the sky. A mere reaching heaven realm kid dares to interfere in a battle of this level? He opened his hand, and the dog's souls roared together, looking strange and ferocious. Some dogs breathed, stinking. Some dogs pounced, extremely fast. Some dogs were huge, and some dogs had sharp teeth. He was like a one-man army that directly crushed the sea of fire. Zhao Lang retreated quickly. Stone walls protruded one after another. They jumped on both sides of the crack, constantly creating obstacles. They kept moving. He knew Beard Fong's injuries very well. With his understanding of this man, he wouldn't have spat blood if he hadn't been unable to hold on. He also knew that Wei Yin, who had just entered the soaring dragon realm, couldn't defeat his opponent in a short time, even though he trusted Wei Yin a lot. As for himself, he hadn't even opened the heaven and earth sect. Not to mention defeating his opponent, his chances of holding on were slim. But he would do his best. Because everyone had a slim chance, each of them could only do their best. There was no way back, only forward. Even if it was just a small star, Zhao Lang still wanted to touch it. On the high platform, Beard Fong was already fighting with the rat Bone Face. After all, he had been ambushed by the 3 white Bone Faces not long after leaving the camp, and was suddenly seriously injured. His body was already in a critical condition, and he was holding on with his heart, unwilling to give up. But he was on the offensive, becoming braver as he fought. He fought with his life on the line, forcing his opponent to dodge again and again. As the main commander, he knew the strength of Wei Yan and Zhao Lang. He also understood how dangerous the current situation was. As long as he collapsed here, the situation would immediately turn upside down. Therefore, not only could he not collapse, he had to win. Only by defeating or even killing Soul Extinguisher with his severely injured body would he be able to turn the situation around and have a chance at victory. However, the rat-faced man was a veteran of hundreds of battles, and seemed to have seen through his purpose. Sometimes it would be better not to attack, but to defend and dodge well. He didn't give him a chance to fight for his life. Instead, he wanted to grind him to death. The earthly calamity was still expanding, and it had already severely affected the battle. The earth dragon overturned, and the mountains and rivers shook. Both sides of the battle were experts, which was why they were able to maintain an intense battle during the earthly calamity. However, what was the point of such a battle? Even if they desperately killed their opponents, would it have any effect on the situation in Maplewood City? Wei Yan was very clear that everything was irreversible. Just like that time when he was in the center of Xiaolin Town, he saw that the fog had dispersed and the ground was empty. But he couldn't think about this problem at the moment. No matter what, he couldn't watch Big Beard Fong and Zhao Lang die in front of him. Especially when he still had the ability to fight. Especially when he firmly believed that he still had a chance. He could kill his opponents. Carrying his saber, he charged into the blood snake formation. Wei Yan's saber suddenly moved back and forth, his body moving forward and his saber turning. Although he had just entered the soaring dragon realm, he was completely fearless in the face of an elite at the peak of the soaring dragon realm. Not only did he not retreat, not only did he not dodge, but he also charged forward and maintained an offensive stance. This was the confidence of a genius, a confidence that had been accumulated through countless battles. Wei Yan was confident that with his saber in hand, there was nothing he couldn't cut and no one he couldn't defeat. However, how could the snake-faced man be weak? She had struggled in the dangerous white bone path until now. As a member of the 12 Faces, she was definitely not a flower in a greenhouse. Her cultivation at the peak of the soaring dragon realm had grown through fierce battles. At this moment, her ferocious nature was revealed. Her cherry lips opened, and her long tongue stuck out. In an instant, it turned into a streak of cold light and approached Wei Yan's face. White Bone Dharma Artifact, the sword's name was Snake Tongue. Clang! Quick Snow stood up at the impossible moment, blocking the Snake Tongue sword. The snake-faced man's finger moved, and the snake tongue sword instantly softened and slithered forward along Quick Snow. However, at this moment, her movements suddenly stopped. She was stuck in a stone wall that had suddenly appeared. She had completely not expected that a mere reaching Heaven Realm Deputy General could free himself first under the pressure of an elite at the peak of the soaring dragon realm. How was this possible? The stone wall could only bind her for less than a breath's time. However, for Wei Yan, a breath's time was too long to determine life and death. His hand shook, and Quick Snow whizzed away with the snake-tongue sword wrapped around the saber. He had already appeared in front of the stone wall. He pulled back his right fist and punched forward. With an almost endless golden light that almost pierced the eyes, he punched forward. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared. The golden light dissipated. The snake-faced man was hanging on Wei Yan's arm, his entire chest and abdomen pierced. He only had time to turn his head with difficulty to glance at the snake-faced man, and then his head drooped, no longer breathing. Secret treasure, shifting shadow glyph. One held a yin glyph, the other a yang glyph. When used, the world would turn upside down. Shifting shadows was the best secret treasure for teamwork. Among the 12 faces, the snake-faced man and the dog were lovers. Or they could not be considered lovers, but lovers. At least, that was what the snake-faced man had always thought. She was very clear what kind of person she was. She had never trusted anyone in her life, and she should not be trusted by anyone. This was not her fault, nor was it anyone else's fault. This world had always been like this. She thought she knew the truth of the world long ago. She and 11 had only known each other since childhood. Even the so-called childhood acquaintance was just a glance at each other from afar before they went to the trials. When they met again, they were both 12 faces. Sometimes she would even think, if they had been assigned to the same place, then who would be the only person who could survive? There would be no answer to this question. At the level of the 12 faces, the white bone path would not allow them to kill each other. She did not seek anything when she was with the snake-faced man, just to please herself. She believed that the snake-faced man was the same. They comforted each other, but never loved each other. They ate and walked together, but never stayed together. The snake-faced man had found this set of shifting shadow glyph. In the past, they had used the suddenness of this secret treasure to complete many difficult missions. A set of shifting shadow glyph could only be used 10 times. This was the last chance for them to use this trick. She had never thought that a woman like her, who was born loose and fickle, would have people who would risk their lives for her. The snake-faced man looked dazedly at that pair of eyes. That pair of eyes should have been cunning and vicious, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, they were filled with gentleness. Unexpectedly, they dimmed. Ah! She raised her head and roared. The stone wall that bound her exploded. Chapter 135. Time returned to 10 breaths ago. Back to the battle between Zhao Lang and the man with the dog bone mask. Zhao Lang's Dao techniques were endless and varied as he constantly constructed defenses and traps. However, the man with the dog bone mask used brute force to suppress him. When he met a stone wall, he smashed it and met a vine snake that tore it apart. He used his cultivation base and aura to suppress Zhao Lang, not giving him any chance at all. This method was undoubtedly shrewd, especially when he controlled the dog soul to surround and attack Zhao Lang from both sides, cutting off Zhao Lang's escape routes. This was the ability to grasp the battle situation that only experts who fought on the line of life and death all year round could possess. Facing such a shrewd opponent, Zhao Lang always remained calm. Anger was useless, and fear was even more useless. Only calmness could search for the stars that were getting smaller and smaller. The pressure brought by the powerful enemy made him use everything he had learned to the extreme. He had never released a Dao technique so quickly, nor so accurately and perfectly. Because he had no choice. If he was slow or wrong, he might die. And that would directly cause the collapse of the entire city guard station. The absolute difference in cultivation base meant that he had no room for error. For a cultivator, being trapped in front of the heaven and earth gate was a very painful thing. And not being able to see the heaven and earth gate for a long time drove many cultivators crazy every year. Zhao Lang used his strong mental fortitude to overcome that kind of difficulty. It was difficult to improve his cultivation base, so he focused on technique. He used drops of sweat to create another form of strength. In the entire country, from the Dao Academy to the army, he mastered almost all the beginner-level Dao techniques that could be learned. He relied on these beginner-level Dao technique combinations that were not valued by many to last until now in front of a peak-level soaring dragon realm expert. He had reached his limit. He knew that he had reached his limit. The complicated and ever-changing Dao technique system had always been his trademark. He switched Dao technique combinations in battle all year round, so he knew his situation better than the man with the dog bone mask. Once the complicated Dao technique combinations were adapted, the battle would basically be declared over. And from the way the man with the dog bone mask broke in more and more calmly, this moment was coming soon. But Zhao Lang's expression did not change. He only had calmness. Facing the dog's soul that was violently biting at him, facing the approaching man with the dog bone mask, Zhao Lang hugged his left hand with his right hand and only extended his left pinky. Then, he half squatted and stuck that pinky to the ground. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the rumbling sounds of the earthly calamities spreading, stone walls extended horizontally and vertically, separating the hound bone face from the hound souls. This was a Dao technique he had created himself, stone wall labyrinth. They had already set up their stake points in the previous battle. At this moment, it was abruptly activated and instantly divided the battlefield. It also eliminated a certain death crisis. Not bad. If you are allowed to grow, you might be a threat in the future. The man with the bone face said in a hoarse voice, but you are too weak now. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth. Roar! A soul hound with pitch-black eyes leaped out from behind him, as if it had torn the boundary between yin and yang. Although it was small, its strength was terrifying. With just a dash, all the stone walls in front of him were smashed to smithereens. Limited by one's cultivation level, the stone walls themselves were not sturdy enough. This was the biggest problem with this Dao technique. In a battle of the same level, Zhao Lang could rely on rapid replenishment to complete the transformation. But facing an expert on the level of the dog bone face, he had no time to replenish it. However, he originally did not expect this Dao technique to be able to trap a soaring dragon realm expert. The stone walls crumbled. The dog bone face who had summoned the hell hound focused his gaze. Because he did not see Zhao Lang's figure at his original location. Zhao Lang had disappeared. Where could he be? The dog bone face rose from the ground and charged directly towards the expanding crevice in front of him. He firmly believed that Zhao Lang could not have escaped from under his nose. In that case, the only place to hide was this crack in the ground. From where the dog bone face was, he did not even need a breath's time to rush to that crevice. But to guard against a sneak attack, he slowed down his speed and increased his vigilance. It took 2 breaths. He was not willing to give this kid a chance. In the gradually expanding crevice, above the boiling lava, he indeed saw that slippery kid. At this time, several vine snakes were biting each other, crossing the crevice. The vice-general of the city guard, Zhao Lang, was standing on the vine snakes, his hands finished forming seals. And his target was actually the battlefield between Big Beard Fong and the rat bone face. Countless vine snakes sprouted from under Big Beard Fong's feet, quickly entangling and forming a solid barrier. It blocked the vicious attack of the rat bone face. This kind of control over the battle situation couldn't help but make people gasp in admiration, and it couldn't help but make his opponent angry. You are seeking death. The dog bone face was furious. This ant-like kid actually dared to be distracted in a battle with him. This was a naked insult to him. Who knew what the rat bone face was going to say about him? The dog bone face was furious, his Dao energy surging. The surging power pushed away the hound's souls that were pouncing towards him. And he pounced down from the sky. Boom! The lava under Zhao Lang's feet was suddenly stirred, crazily surging upwards. This was undoubtedly his method of mutual destruction. Looking at Zhao Lang's calm eyes, the dog bone face suddenly felt a chill. Of course, he was not willing to die together with Zhao Lang. He immediately stopped and jumped out of the crevice, and before the lava rushed out, Zhao Lang followed closely behind, landing on the other side of the crevice. Roar! The dog bone face was not unprepared. That hellhound had been accumulating power on the other side of the crevice for a long time. At this time, it just happened to bump into Zhao Lang. It opened its mouth and bit off half of Zhao Lang's thigh. The spurting lava lost the support of the Dao technique and quickly fell down. The dog bone face instantly passed through the crevice and got close to Zhao Lang. In a half-squatting position, he straightened his hand like a knife, stabbing straight towards the heart. But just as he pierced the heart of the opponent and extinguished the life force, he felt a weak wave of Dao energy. This kid on the verge of death. He was still using Dao techniques. And the target was not him. The dog bone face suddenly turned back, just in time to see that exquisite stone wall art shackle the snake bone face who was caught off guard. Just in time to see Wei Yan make a prompt decision, swinging his blade forward. The stone wall maze at the beginning, Zhao Lang had not only done it to save the situation and divide the battlefield. It was also to block the vision of the rat bone face and the snake bone face on the other two battlefields. He had jumped down the crevice not to escape, but to seize an opportunity to intervene in the other two battlefields. From the beginning, he knew that he had no chance of winning against his opponent. But he still had a chance, with his precise grasp of the opportunity, to create an opportunity for the other two to win. To kill a mere heaven ascension cultivator like him, the canine-faced man wanted to kill him without suffering any injuries. This was his only space to maneuver, and he had grasped it so fully and perfectly. When the dog bone face rushed in front of the snake bone face to die for him, he actually did not think of anything. In that kind of situation of life and death, there was no time to think. The shadow-shifting technique was a purely instinctive choice. He had not yet started to think when his body had already moved. He didn't know what kind of emotion it was that actually killed his survival instinct. But the snake bone face survived. The snake bone face survived. His entire chest and abdomen had been pierced, but he did not feel any pain. The last look he gave her was very soft. The dog bone face risked his life to save her, and the snake bone face escaped death. She had long been used to life and death, but she had never been so angry and so heartbroken. The surging Dao energy shattered the stone wall. She threw herself at Wei Yan without reservation. This time she was going to fight with her life. But Wei Yan, who had been full of momentum and murderous intent, retreated without hesitation. What did he want to do? Another trap? Did he want to come back? The snake bone face, who had just escaped death, was shocked and could not help but slow down a bit. On the other hand, Zhao Lang's vine snake wall appeared out of nowhere and blocked the fatal blow for Big Beard Fong. But actually, fatal was not so accurate, because with Big Beard Fong's current injuries, he should have died already. He had more than one fatal injury, but he was still alive. He was still fighting. So much so that the rat-faced man couldn't figure out what he was relying on to survive. A rattan snake entangling the wall was nothing. What the rat-faced man cared about was what it represented. He glanced at the dog bone face with dissatisfaction. Facing a mere Heaven Ascension realm practitioner, he could still let the other party free up. 11 was really getting worse and worse. He thought coldly. With a casual punch, he scattered the vine snake wall. Just as he was about to go in again, he suddenly felt his body tighten. Big Beard Fong used an extremely intimate posture and gave him a bear hug. A deathbed struggle. The rat bone face had such a disdainful thought. A layer of black mist seeped out of his body and formed a thin layer on his body. It was a soul armor. In this kind of close combat, he naturally had to ensure his safety and prevent the other from self-destructing. However, Big Beard Fong's thick arms only shook, and all of his remaining Dao energy was poured into these two arms. Boom! He completely gave up defense and chose to scatter the rat bone face's soul armor. Why? What was the point? Just as the rat bone face thought of this, he heard a sharp whistle. That was the sound of the quick snow blade and the snake tongue sword that was wrapped around the blade colliding. Wei Yan's previous swing was not casual. It was purposeful and consciously inserted into this battlefield. And Big Beard Fong, who had been comrades for many years, used Zhao Lang's vine snake wall to hug the rat bone face. Then he broke his defense, and took him to collide with Wei Yan's quick snow blade. Chi! That was the sound of the long blade cutting into flesh. The rat bone face was vomiting blood. He also felt Big Beard Fong's blood on his body. How can I be injured in such an advantageous situation? This is absurd. He surged his Dao energy and was about to push Big Beard Fong away. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Wei Yan held the quick snow blade and his Dao energy attacked. Shwa 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 shwa. It was like endless snow exploding. The snow in the sky was blade light. The endless blade light exploded in the rat bone face's body and cut him and Big Beard Fong into countless pieces of flesh. Pieces of flesh flew, blood sprayed. It was impossible to tell which piece of flesh belonged to Big Beard Fong and which belonged to the rat bone face. All of this happened so suddenly. The snake tongue sword shot out and was caught by the snake bone face, who was chasing quickly. But the rat bone face had died in battle. Wei Yan turned around and looked at this person. Pieces of flesh fell on his body and piled up like a demon. But he did not feel it. There was only one opponent left. This was the final battle in the City Guard camp. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.